and responsibilities of actors like government and the private sector. I'm going to start with Ms. Paula Inabre. Okay, we're going to move on and come back to that question. Mr. Paul Scully, your comments. Okay. Okay, thank you very much to Mrs. Scully. As I did mention earlier, we are trying to keep the time tight to make sure that everyone gets a chance. I'm going to come back to Ms. Paula Inabre, Minister of Information and Communication for Technology for Rwanda.
Very specifically, just looking at one of the examples
Thank you very much. I now invite Mr. Lee, the Undersecretary General for Economic and Social Affairs. I believe he's going to come to the podium to also respond to the question.
I had prepared a statement, but just let me go straightforward to those the key elements I would like to share with all participants. To this annual session for the IGF from UNDESA, we believe several things we can do. Number one, let me see. We need to acknowledge that the role of this forum, IGF, as a network of networks. Over the years, IGF community has exchanged experience and good practices and explored policy solutions for connecting the unconnected. So the IGF has more than 150 national, regional, and youth initiatives. More than 45% of these are in the global south, contributing to the capacity building and the knowledge sharing in the internet governance. The IGF collaboration with the schools and on internet governance also contributes to the institutional and the individual capacity development. The IGF can also accelerate the universal connectivity by creating new partnerships and by generating new ideas. Second, moving beyond our support to the IGF, UNDESA connects the multi-stakeholder discussions to multilateral approaches on science, technology, and innovation. The rich outcomes of the IGF annual meetings, for example, are brought to the UN high-level political forum supporting the implementation of the SDGs. The high-level political forum is a critical platform to be leveraged by IGF. Every year since 2015, the nations have come together in New York to evaluate their efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and SDGs in the high-level political forum. In this most recent ministerial declaration, the member states of the UN called for action on several fronts relevant to our discussion today, including promoting digital technologies connectivity and access to broadband internet connectivity. Second, to advance the digital inclusion and literacy and incorporating digital competences into the education system. Last but not least, enhancing and developing digital skills and competences. UNDESA also supports the integration of the IGF activities with the work of the Technology Facilitation Mechanism, which has engaged with thousands of scientific and technological stakeholders since its launch and its Science and Technology and Innovation Forum. Thirdly, our research on the e-government is a valuable resource. We analyze how public administration uses the internet and digital technology to deliver services to the people. We recently launched the UN E-Government Survey 2022, the future of the digital governance. The 2022 survey found that digital technologies were central to how the governments addressed and continue to address the COVID-19 pandemic. The 2022 survey, which is the 12th edition of its publication, also calls on the government to strategize and invest more in long-term national digital transformation. So, distinguished participants, advances in technology must ultimately serve the wider goal of supporting sustainable development and leaving no one behind. This is our goal. This is our expectation from this IGF. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. I'm now going to ask Mr. Antonio Pedro to also answer that question, and I'm going to repeat it. How can multi-stakeholder partnerships contribute to universal, affordable, and meaningful connectivity? And how do you see the respective roles and responsibilities of actors like governments and the private sector?
Hello.
It's on?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yes. Good morning, everyone. And welcome to ECA. Very pleased to hosting you here today and during a couple of days of this IGF. Your Excellencies, I'm just coming from the African Union Sectoral Summit of Heads of State and Government, which was held in Niger and Niamey, so arrived yesterday. And it sends a very clear signal. First, it recognized that and this extraordinary summit was on sustainable industrialization and economic diversification in Africa that have been identified by all of the heads of state and government as a pathway for Africa to claim Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063. But in doing so, they recognized that digital transformation is key to achieving those goals. And that's important. It sends a very clear signal. So, and we recognize also that achieving that requires the contribution of all the stakeholders that I've mentioned earlier by the previous speakers. So we as ECA, therefore, we use our three functions, the convening, the think tanking, and the operational or advisory services to supporting, first, demystifying the conversations about internet and its role in society. And that's important. It simplifies the conversations. We also identify the opportunities for all the stakeholders to participate. For example, we are supporting our member states to formulate national African continental free trade area strategies. As you know, the AFCFTA is deemed as the Africa's Marshall Plan. It will create a market of 1.5 billion people where with no tariffs and other barriers, this will enable the emergence of small and medium enterprises, regional value chains, which require digital as a means to enabling trade and so on and so forth. That's important. So understanding what the opportunities are, providing that information freely and available to all the stakeholders so that they can invest. And then, of course, supporting with harmonization of legal rules and regulations. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. Morning, everyone. Madam Chair, was that part of my 2 minutes? I hope not. Good. Okay, good. I'll probably take less time than that. So good morning, everyone. My name is Kojo Bwatcha, Vice President of Public Policy for Africa, Middle East and Turkey. First of all, huge thanks to those who, like Ryan, who I met this morning, who have helped put together this event. And an admission from me, this is my first IGF, despite working in this sector for 20 years. So I'm incredibly excited. I think the question of the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships has partly been answered by certainly a friend and colleague, Honourable Paula and Mr. Scully. And by the presence in this room, I think we're all convinced of the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships, whether that's in setting goals, as we've seen with the Sustainable Development Goal, 9C. I know a lot of people will argue it should be more explicit. Any of the ITU goals or that we've set as well, I think it speak to the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships, as well as the development of policy and regulation that we've seen come out of organizations like the ITU. So I think that question is well answered. I think the question about the role of stakeholders is possibly more nuanced as I thought about it. So I think generally we speak to governments creating the policy and regulatory framework for us to go and use. for private sector companies to go and use. Civil society organizations being in some ways watchdogs, but also being those who inform regions or parts of where we should go to, as well as the goals as well. And then the private sector should go and invest. And I think it's often more nuanced than that. I do think those roles are important and necessary, and that's what happens, but sometimes more nuanced. So the government should certainly set the agenda, should set policy and regulatory environments that are conducive to investment, are conducive to increased access and affordability, but at the same time, sometimes governments have to fill the gaps. When we have access gaps, that's the governments need to step in, and that's why we have things like universal service funds. Is that the 2 minutes? So can I take 15 seconds? Okay, I'll take an extra 10. When done well, that's why you get great projects like To Africa, which is Meta's project with 7 other partners, the first submarine cable to connect east to west or west to east, hitting or connecting 33 countries across Africa, Middle East, Asia, and it will bring more capacity than all the cables at this point in time. And my view is each of us should know those roles and execute those roles excellently to see projects like that. Apologies, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much.
Let's try this one. Thank you. Director General of ETNO, representing telcos of Europe, and also sitting in the newly constituted IGF leadership panel. We all know connectivity is extremely important, and it's vital for all of us. There's no way around this. But connectivity is expensive, as we just heard. We need investments, and the deployment of 5G and fiber is an extremely CAPEX extensive activity in industry. So we need the cooperation of governments, public funds, private sector deployers of connectivity, and it's essential to make sure that the funding and the infrastructure rollout is going exactly to those places and communities which need it. So government can help in making rollout easier and point to the places where it's needed, but industry can also help community-led out infrastructure. I think these are important. But we also need that investors needs clarity and certainty that they're making a good investment. So connectivity needs to be meaningful and affordable, as we've talked about, but we cannot risk undue government interference. We cannot risk the network shutdown. We cannot have top-down mandating of standards and protocols. And ETNO and our members are a strong support of an open internet, and we reject any attempts to fragment the internet using top-down protocols. This is bad for democracy, it's bad for investment, and it's also bad for achieving universal connectivity. Thank you.
Hello? Yeah, thank you. Let me just use this one. Thanks very much, Madam Moderator. Africa is the youngest internet region and has known challenges in several areas, from stable connectivity, lack of devices, capacity, content application, education, and new entrants, and quite often insufficient multi-stakeholder community engagement. And if you think these are many, just imagine what they were roughly 30 years ago when our internet was arriving. As there are known technologies for addressing some of these challenges, I would rather focus on a new issue, which is technology security, as in similar to food security. As internet penetration crosses 50%, instead of internet shutdowns, we should be seeking continuous internet. referring to the second specific objective of the AU Digital Transformation Strategy for Africa, which aspires that by 2030, all access devices are manufactured in Africa, and 30% of information resources and services are developed and hosted in Africa. With that in mind, we must begin to address the risks associated with the dependence on digital technologies and prepare how to maintain continuity. Now, a good amount of technical handicaps in Africa's internet operations are undertaken in projects with global partners. While we understand urgency to complete a checklist, be aware that to acquire capacity to control networks is to do more of the technical networks ourselves. In the 90s, the majority of connectivity providers on the continent were indigenous ISPs, but that is no more. What policy lessons have we learned? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our Mr. Robert Taylor, the Secretary General of Carolina Communications Union, for his comment.
Thank you very much. Good morning, all. In 2 minutes, certainly the cost of infrastructure deployment is a factor that affects affordability. The cost of regulating that infrastructure in those markets, especially if it is poor regulation, drives up the cost. The cost certainly for small island developing states, isolated in some cases, the cost of subsea fiber connectivity, the cost of capital to fund this infrastructure is important, and we have to talk about partnerships with international financial institutions like the World Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, and others that can provide cheaper capital to invest. There's also issues with the regulation, the cost of infrastructure, and also the deployment, the technology behind it, and we're seeing new advances in things like open radio access networks that allows for the sharing of infrastructure that drives down the cost as well to consumers. So the ability to use new technologies, to use the new technologies that are coming on board like LEO satellites and 5G in a properly regulated environment, and where we can cooperate across regions on things like harmonization of regulations and policy and spectrum allocation that will help to drive down the cost. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. I will welcome to online Ms. Julie Martin. She's Director of the Communication Development Bureau and Secretary General-elect of ITU. Ms. Martin, I can repeat the question for you. What are the common challenges to providing connectivity that is both affordable and meaningful across a diverse population groups, especially in rural areas? Thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Balcha Reba, Director General of the Ethiopian Communication Authority here in our host country of Ethiopia. Your answer.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Good morning, everyone. I think I would like to address this question in relation to the specifically in rural areas. The global digital divide is often used to describe the digital gap between the developed and developing countries or less developed countries. However, when we take it as a national context, it is between the urban and rural. A major reason for this urban-rural divide is that rural communities struggle to maintain the pace at which digital connectivity grows. Internet and broadband infrastructure are hard to penetrate in this community. The availability of power and energy is also a problem. As we know, one of the main challenge or barriers for people to go online is affordability. This is in both service cost as well as the cost of acquisition for devices. Other challenges include lack of digital literacy. Most people in the rural community are not educated or lacks required level of digital skill, and find it hard to use digital products and services. Since already indicated by a panelist who spoke ahead of me, the local content is also one of the problem, like the language barriers, and also the localization aspect is also a challenge for the meaningful connectivity. In general, meaningful connectivity depends on several factors, which can be considered as connectivity enablers, that is infrastructure, affordability, device, digital skills, and local and relevant content. These are crucial factors that affect meaningful connectivity, especially in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ms. Onika Makwaka, Africa Coordinator for the Digital Inclusion Partnership.
Good morning. My name is Onika Makwakwa. I'm the head of Africa at the recently launched Global Digital Inclusion Partnership. Our team developed a rural broadband policy framework, and the motivation for this was precisely because policy and regulation are seldom focused on the realities of rural and remote areas. This framework is a policy guide that provides guidance for actions that will support affordable and meaningful connectivity in these specific areas. Actions that are recommended need to include, for example, clear and time-bound targets to affordable and meaningful connectivity with minimum data, speed, appropriate device and frequency of access for users, specifically for the rural area. And here it becomes even more important to also include gender targets, because if we don't have these targets, we will not close this gap on its own. It will not happen naturally. So it's important to have time-bound targets for how we are addressing the digital gender gap that we heard about at the opening of this session. We have examples of this type of framework already in place in countries such as Benin, as well as the Dominican Republic. It is also recommended within this framework that we look at unlicensed and low-cost spectrum for community-based connectivity solutions to thrive, accompanied with open access solutions to infrastructure networks. There is a lot of examples and a lot of sessions, I believe, happening also within this IGF that will look at how rural areas through community networks and other technologies are actually taking advantage of looking at different technology models as well as different financial models to close these gaps and make sure that people in the rural areas also have affordable and meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. His Excellency Mr. Timothy Nisu, Minister of ICT, Park
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Firstly, before I make a few remarks, I'd like to acknowledge the host country, Ethiopia, and of course the Minister, His Honorable Belete Mola Getahun, who is present with us here, and of course the State Minister, Huria Ali Mahdi. Thank you very much for the kind welcome and hospitality so far. This is our first time to travel to Addis Ababa. We are a country that is very far from here. It's about 7 hours time difference. And it's exciting for us to come and be part of this very important occasion. And of course, here, very knowledgeable people in this sector. Just as a way of saying a few things about what we are progressing in Papua New Guinea, I want to thank the IGF for facilitating a platform for all regions and citizens to have access to internet, ensuring that no one is left behind. In a short space of time, my country, Papua New Guinea, has gained much needed traction in its digital transformation journey. And we acknowledge that internet remains a crucial and a critical enabler for digital transformation. And so we are happy to be here for this very important meeting. This year, we have shifted our focus back to our broader infrastructure planning to address the broader goals of accessibility, affordability, and reliability. Realigning our national broadband plan and universal access policy, and consequently, we'll be making amendment to our National ICT Act of 2009 in our effort to bring internet connectivity to all the citizens of our country. In early September, I had the opportunity to attend the regional IGF meeting in Singapore, and I met a lot of very interesting people. And of course, Madam, if you can just give me a little bit of time, I'm from a very far country, so why not? Yes, thank you very much. So last week, my ministry with our Department of ICT and Regulator finalized our national broadband plan at a stakeholder workshop. And this is basically, internet is new to my country, and of course to our region. And what we are doing right now is trying to involve our stakeholders and our people to migrate into that area in technology so that we can catch up on what the world is doing right now. So it's very interesting, but maybe I can have some more time later. Thank you very much.
Does this work? Someone is nodding, so thank you very much. First of all, a pleasure to be here on this esteemed panel. So I work for ICANN, and just to explain what we do, every time you go online, you hit about something that actually originates from us and our I haven't had breakfast, so that will work. Thank you. Is it better now? Anyway, every time you go online, you hit about something that originates from ICANN or our technical partners. Together we provide the 3 building blocks of the internet: the IP addresses, the DNS, and the IP protocols. Today we have more than 5 billion users using those 3 building blocks, which is a fantastic number, which we never had estimated. That is what actually creates, technically, the interoperable, the open internet, that everybody uses the same system. But internet is not done. It's fair to say that when it was invented and started, it was done for a Latin script and English language. One of the big challenges we have right now is to make sure that anyone who goes online, the next billion users, can use their own language, their own script. They don't have to read from left to right, they don't know how to know what a dot is. And this is one of the important things for us from the technical community to work, for instance, with governments to make sure that when in procurement you put in demands of what we call universal acceptance, which is basically to promote your own language. That's another thing we are doing right now, which is important to us, is that everybody on this panel agrees that, especially for Africa, we have to think differently. We have to do it in a different way. The ordinary business models, the ordinary way of doing things will not work. So on Thursday, ICANN is launching something we call the Coalition for Digital Africa. And whereas we invite other partners to work together from a technical community and really be a building block to rethink how we do things together. ICANN as a pledge for that, we already made our first investment here in Africa to do that, which we did and we launched in Kenya 2 weeks ago, where we built the first called cluster, root server cluster in Kenya. That has the effect that we saw immediately that before that, about 40% of all queries, all internet traffic actually went to Europe. Now it's less than 10%. We saw an immediate effect on that investment. What means that people in Africa who access the internet now has a faster internet and more secure internet. And talking about investment plans, we charge nothing to do that. So going forward, I think that we have to come back to the important thing of rethinking things. Another example of that is that ICANN for the first time made a pledge to the I2D to work together with partners to promote something we think is very important. Local country code. Thank you.
Great. This is where clear gender-specific and geographical specific targets and programs come in. The Universal Service and Access Funds and other private, public and private initiatives come in to play a critical role here in helping us close these divides and making sure that those who are historically disadvantaged are not once again left behind on these digital developments. USFs should be used to their fullest extent, and in the case of gender, 50% of the resources should indeed be used to ensure women and girls' participation and that they actually are not just participating, but they are meaningfully connected to digital opportunities. Our team did a study of with the UN Women of the Universal Service and Access Funds, and we found that for the most part, these funds were existing, but were largely not used for what they were meant for. We cannot accept that, and these are important mechanisms to be supported to make sure that we are more efficient and we set the targets to close the digital divides that exist at the moment. Thank you.
For her response to that question.
Yes, thank you so much. So let me take the second part of your question first. I think to be as inclusive as possible, we need that multi-stakeholder approach, and I do think we have to put partnership at the center of our efforts. No one can solve the
Thank you. I think many of the question has been answered but one thing that I always think about when this questions comes up, and I think that, again, coming back to what if we talk about Africa as a continent and all the countries in here, I think it's important to realize that coming from organizations' mind, we're here to help, we're here to serve, we're not here to define the problems or come up with the solutions to the problems. Because in this specific continent, like anywhere else, there's sort of a reinventing of how things are done. To bring out an equal and interoperable internet in the rest of the world was much easier to do it here. And that's why we try to work with our partners here to really understand the problem, but the solutions has to come from this region. It has to be, Internet for Africa has to come from Africans rather than from other organizations as well. When it comes to the equality and get people online, I think in a way the internet is one of the built equalizers. I often speak about when I was in Latin America many years ago, when I asked the question, so why is it important to get people online? And I was expecting the answer that it's so important for people for unemployment and stuff. But I said something is that if you get people online, you take away one of the biggest disadvantages that exist for poor people, access to information. Access to information has always been a rich man's right. If you get people online so they can go to a diverse internet, you will actually help them a lot by making sure that they have access to the same information. So internet itself, I think, is an equalizer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Angelo Pedro, your response.
Thank you. I would like to build on the previous comments about the importance of building local content and solutions. We are particularly proud of our program, Connected African Girls Initiative. These are coding camps that we're bringing young girls and women to learn all sorts of skills from machine learning to artificial intelligence. So far, we've trained about 25,000 young girls and women across Africa, growing. So this, again, is very important. In addition to that, we've equally opened recently an African Regional Center of Excellence for Artificial Intelligence in Congo, Brazzaville, again, enabling young girls and women and boys to have access to this opportunity. So again, building infrastructure to support increased internet penetration on the continent. We're very proud of our African Regional Center for Cybersecurity that's going to be established in Togo. Again, with the same principle, making this an opportunity for everyone, elucidating what are the opportunities. So earlier I was talking about the infrastructure. So as you know, the African Union has the digital strategy, digital transformation strategy for Africa. So we're supporting at the country level to formulate national digital transformation strategy. This is very important so that we can identify what are the key issues and problems at the country level so that the national solutions and specific solutions that Paul made reference to earlier can become a reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pedro. And Excellency Rita, your response.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. To improve basic connectivity to the level of affordable and meaningful connectivity, in my opinion, policymakers and the regulators and other stakeholders can intervene using tools or levers that can encourage the investment policy and regulatory programs, one of which is introducing a competition. When we introduce a competition, we can achieve the quality of service, we can achieve the affordability as well as the accessibility and availability of the infrastructure. And also it is good to introduce programs like public-private partnership and private sector involvement and increase the coverage of the network. The other program which can be implemented is reduce taxes on devices, especially on smartphones, and also introduce mechanism like device subsidy, especially for rural areas and for not hubs. And also the implementation of universal service and the universal service fund is one of the mechanisms that can be implemented. And the other is to put in place alternative energy source mechanisms. Because in rural areas, we know that the energy availability hampers really the connectivity, especially when we consider it as a meaningful connectivity. So all these mechanisms, especially in policy area, we can make it inclusive, like to entertain the gender gap addressing, as well as also the accessibility. Yeah, accessibility for people with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Digital skills are a key component of meaningful connectivity. What do you think our various populations, including youth in Africa, can keep up with the fast-paced, frequently changing set of digital skills necessary to fully benefit from the internet? And I'm going to start with Mr. Kojo Boache, and I'm going to apologize. I made a mistake with his title. He is Vice President of Public Policy Africa and the Middle East.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm slightly biased because I'm going to admit my bias. I think the youth and the generation coming are arguably, not arguably for me, but are going to be the most intelligent, most productive generation there is. And I think that will happen whether we train them or not, if they have devices. I think access is the most important thing. Having said that, if we want to accelerate that conclusion that I assert, I think we do need to provide training in all these areas. And as Meta, and I'll quickly, because I know 2 minutes goes quickly, I'll try and speak to some of the training that we've provided across this continent, but also further afield. So first and foremost, Digify Pro, I think we've trained now 200,000 people face-to-face with instructors. We've reached 4.7 million people through Facebook and Instagram. It gives people skills to use ICTs, but also trains them in a way to use ICTs safely, respectfully, and to drive equity in many, many ways. I think we can speak to our Boost with Business, and I see so many government stakeholders in the auditorium who have benefited, and their people have benefited from Boost with Business. So we've trained 300,000 people face-to-face with Boost with Business and probably reached about 3.8 million people using those sorts of programs. It's essential that companies like Meta do this sort of training, but I think what's more important is that we give young people, again, who will be the most productive, most intelligent generation that we have, the devices and the access to forge their own path as well, and to undertake that training. That's 2 minutes and 1 second, Madam Chair. Do I get an applause this time?
Yes, you get an applause.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please serve the direction.
Thank you. Well, we all agree, I believe, that digital skill is a component of meaningful connectivity. And it's not only skills on how to use and benefit from the internet, but also skills about how to code, create, design the internet, because this is our society of tomorrow. Well, in Europe, 2023 is the European Year of Skills, and in 2021, the European Commission set digital decade targets. And why is this important? Because we think this can help driving skills too. And part of the digital decade targets is skill. So by 2030, the Commission aims to have 20 million ICT specialists in Europe, which is, and a much higher proportion of women than today. and we need to have 80% of the population to have basic digital skills. So I think targets can help us upskilling and skilling people. And what we see is we can have teaching of skills in academic institutions that can be supported by public and private funding. But another very important point that we see from the industry is upskilling. We need skilled labor, so we work together with the unions in upskilling people for the future. So one way where a population can have access to skills, upskilling or reskilling, is through multi-stakeholder partnerships, which we see around the world. And this includes the industry that I represent, working together with governments and civil societies. So one final reminder from my side, the climate must be right, not only on the investment, but we need an open global internet based on international standards and governed in the bottom-up way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I invite Mr. Lee, Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, to the podium for his comments. Okay, thank you very much. And we had a slight technical challenge there, so we've swapped out the mic. I'm going to ask Mr. Nee Quenar to answer the question.
Thanks, Madam Moderator. Well, as a teacher, I say to the youth, go to school, get skills, be entrepreneurial, and live on the internet. In the technical space, the African Internet Technical Institutions, AF-STAR, will be there to help you keep up with the skills. Seems widely accepted that quality broadband connectivity contributes to GDP. Thus, what the broadband is used for would contribute differently to GDP. Hence, what skills, what importantly, education, may be a major factor in meaningful connectivity. We should develop technical skills, and partners should urge we do the technical work to acquire the skills to prevent inadvertently outsourcing technical capacities, especially around the named services, CCTLDs and DNSSEC. By taking the ready way, we fail to develop our technical capacity. We should be cautious because there are some operational decisions which are difficult to reverse. There's a long cycle of science and technology research preceding commercial products of the internet. We need to ensure our educational and research institutions are abreast and plugged into the global research activities and are resourced to contribute. As we accomplish our goals on access, the differentiation among economies will be the quality of the education and research in the disciplines leading to the technologies. This will require we upgrade academic curriculums and labs to be more internet or network friendly and pursue science and technology geared towards local problems. We promote the national research and education networks as a means of providing connectivity to education and research institutions, including schools. Keep it together and share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Quenar. I now ask Mr. Rodney Taylor to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Joel. I'll just, since examples have been, well, the question has been answered, so I'll just give an example from the Caribbean, where I'm from, in particular Barbados, a project I was involved in called Digital Ambassadors. And what it was that education is free at the point of delivery up to tertiary education, but those students in particular who are doing computer studies are required to give back some time to the communities, in particular when governments, when the government launches a digital service, a new digital service, they are part of the development cycle, they're part of the user acceptance testing, and they receive training first. And they are then deployed in community centers and schools and bring the older generation on board. They focus on persons with disabilities and marginalized groups. So I think that's an excellent initiative to mainstream young people as part of the whole digital transformation initiative. Then they have the capacity and the natural affinity to go and train the wider community and raise the level of digital skills across the board in society. Of course, there are other initiatives. ITU has excellent online courses through the ITU Academy. We have Girls in ICT as well, a good initiative to ensure that women are included. Cisco has Girls Power Tech, which we've used in the Caribbean. There's Caribbean Girls Hack as well. And these initiatives that help to mainstream women and young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency Mesu.
Thank you again, Madam Moderator. The question on digital skills is extremely important and one we in my country are grappling with ourselves. We're working hard to improve digital skills for our students, government workers, and our small and medium enterprises also. We are working with our National Education Department and our universities to upgrade the curriculum in schools and embed digital ICT literacy in the curriculums. Our plan is to work closely with the youth, primary and secondary students, and conduct training for them, and the students will then educate their parents on digital and ICT literacy, because it's a new wave of technology for us in the country, and we are trying our very best not to leave any person behind. We will encourage the industry and our partners to support digital literacy for our farmers and SMEs as well. So we are working to build ICT labs
in many of our schools and community centers. Just recently, I opened 2 ICT labs in a secondary school and in a community, and that includes youths, girls, persons with disabilities, and others who can experiment with these new technologies. So we also having several awareness activities all through our country to educate people on digital skills. Like when the internet arrived in our country not so long ago, it's taken the country by storm, and many of our people do not know how to use, and they are illiterate in the usage of literacy in many of the parts of the country, and thus making them misuse internet and of course the social media and all that on the net. So we are working very closely with those in the industry to help create some training programs. In the past month, we have signed an MOU with one of our national universities to host a program, and we are also working with the PNG Computer Society and the PNG Digital ICT clusters on other digital literacy projects. So I'm happy also that we have signed an MOU with EPINIC, and I'm also happy that Cisco we have an agreement with Cisco. And
okay, thank you, Excellency. I'm going to have to wrap you up there.
Thank you very much.
And I come now to Doreen Bogdan-Martin and for her response to the question.
Research shows that lack of digital skills is actually one of the biggest barriers that uptake into digital transformation. So we need more digital skills education. I would say we need it as early as possible. Digital skills and awareness should be taught in schools as young as, well, at the primary level. We're saying that's something that we're advancing to our school connectivity effort. The core skills that young people need to have today also include media and information literacy as well as online safety skills. That lifelong learning is also becoming increasingly important, and precisely is doing our part. I think through programs and digital skills training. Rodney has just referred to the ITU Academy. We also have our digital transformation centers. We have 7 of them in Africa, focusing on basic digital literacy, on the intermediate piece, on training the trainer, and also the training for SMEs in digital technologies, innovation, and also entrepreneurship. We work closely with the ILO and the African Union on boosting digital skills for youth in Africa. We have our coding workshops, our African Girls Can Code, our America's Girls Can Code, the Caribbean Girls Can Code, our Equals Global Partnership, which is very focused on women and girls, digital skills, digital entrepreneurship, and of course our Generation 10 effort focused on young people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to the next question. Looking forward to the future of a post-COVID world, what lessons can we retain from the pandemic about digital infrastructures that are meaningful to human development? And just giving you a little bit of the situation that Barbados found itself in, where we have almost 80% penetration. But yet, when the pandemic hit and we went on lockdown and you found you had online school, we found that we may have had the access, but not the device by which to access. So you may have a situation where you have a home that has 3 children, 2 parents, the 3 kids are different ages, in different levels of school. The parents, maybe one is working from home, but there's 1 laptop or 1 phone. So while I'm liking the way that we're framing the conversation is one of the digital infrastructures access to affordable devices. And I'm going to start with you, Mr. Pedro.
Thank you very much. So COVID-19 was, of course, challenging for everyone, including in Africa. It accentuated the digital divide, which we referred to earlier, not only between the North and South, but within countries themselves, in the urban-rural divide. But it equally provided, it demonstrated the value proposition of digital transformation, in the sense that we were capable of putting forward or bringing innovative solutions to some of our problems, from e-procurement that facilitated, for example, access to goods and services to Africa. I mean, for example, it's through the platforms that we created from ATEX to AVAT and so on, that we enable Africa to have access, for example, to vaccines, to goods and services. So moving forward, and that's where, I mean, here, moderator, I would please plead for you to give me a little bit of more time, where my reference to the African Union Summit of Heads of State and Government is important. Because it's about moving forward. And the summit has recognized, as I started with, that digital transformation is key to achieving those goals. So, and we need to be able to demonstrate that value proposition across several jurisdictions. For example, with studies and evidence that shows that investments in digital transformation will contribute significantly to GDP and so on and so forth. There you'll have the attention of the ministers of finance, who can then deploy resources for us to be able to invest in improving infrastructure, broadband access, and so on and so forth. The countries that we're celebrating today, from Rwanda to many others on the continent, have recognized that importance early in the development of the digital infrastructure and ecosystems. And they put money there. So we need to invest more into that process. For example, in Central Africa, the cost of access to internet is prohibitive. And one of our efforts was to really try and demonstrate by comparing what Central Africa was not doing and what East Africa was doing when they established one network area, and what the advantage it creates in terms of facilitating business processes and access to common citizens and so on and so forth. And it was with those numbers that we convinced policymakers in Central Africa to move with the agenda to create a one network in Central Africa.
Okay,
so this, more of these.
I gotta wrap you up there.
Thank you.
I gotta wrap you up there. Thank you very much. And now I go to Ms. Paula Inabere.
Thank you very much, Member, and I think you touched on these when you shared awareness as an example. And I think what the COVID experience has also taught us is that one necessity brings action. So what we saw was an accelerated digital transformation where massive investments were made across different countries to ensure that it's digital. But then quickly realized that yes, access is one thing, and that's why you see many countries do rank very high when it comes to coverage statistics, but then very low when it comes to usage. And the thing that you mentioned was the responsibility devices, still everything that we want to take to ensure that the number of people that are able to access, the number of people that are living within areas that are covered, can also in many ways be able to meaningfully access and benefit from the infrastructure that has been deployed. Now, and it was also learned that the prepared were able to weather the storm better. And I guess even going forward, our efforts to say, anytime we have any kind of crisis that is happening, how better prepared are we when it comes to broadband infrastructure, when it comes to making sure that people are meaningfully connected, and that they'll be able to weather the storms that we find. And I don't think that we're going to return to normal, because today when we see how every workplace is really changing to ensure that a hybrid model of working is really acceptable, schools are shifting to a hybrid way of learning and teaching, and so it's really making sure that we have these accelerated investments that we must be able to compare to the infrastructure. So all the things that we've discussed over the last 1 hour or so, which is ensuring that we have affordable devices, we have the right content in the right local languages that is accessible to everyone. We're able to identify this content and we're able to deliver it in an interesting manner. But at the same time, we're also able to make sure that affordability remains possible by
to really figure out a multi-pronged approach to delivering meaningful connectivity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Enaber. And I now call on Ms. Onika Makwaka for your comments.
Thank you, moderator, for sharing that experience. It actually helps to demonstrate the inequalities that were highlighted by our COVID-19 experience. First, I think one of the things is that we are at a point post-COVID where digital policies have a much greater understanding, and that understanding needs to permeate through across other sectors as well. So it is really important that we collaborate even ever more so now to make sure that we are actually meeting people's needs by making sure that digital policies actually can be worked across all sectors, health, education, etc., that can help improve people's lives. Secondly, I think through this discussion, it's quite clear that there is a resource need in order for us to address these inequalities and reach universal access. A recent documentation by ITU, I believe, pegs it at about $428 billion needed to connect everyone universally. Even if private sector could contribute half of that, we still need governments to come and make commitments, as well as development aid and other sectors to contribute towards closing that gap. And lastly, I would be remiss if I did not mention that COVID-19 also we also saw a rise in online gender-based violence that is counterproductive towards our digital inclusion efforts. So it is important that we begin to look at policies to ensure that we minimize, or actually not minimize, we eliminate violence online against women, because it is one of the factors that contributes towards the digital gender gap. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Lee, you wanted to say a few words?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. I'm sorry to ask the floor again. I just want to share the two more pieces of information for all participants with regard to go beyond after all the pandemic. After our IGF next September, United Nations is going to host SDG Summit. I guess we will go together for the midterm review for SDG implementation. So it would be a good occasion for us, for all stakeholders, to take into account what we need to achieve by the SDG. And second, the Secretary General also proposed to launch the Global Digital Compact to be adopted in 2024, when the UN is going to host the Summit of the Future. Actually, we have invited all contributions from all stakeholders. We hope that we would collect all contributions from you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I am now going to go to Mr. Quaynor, Chairman of Ghana.com.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. The internet grows at the edge, where we develop benefits from applications that solve our problems. The cracks showed up when during COVID pandemic, we were challenged to use the internet during the lockdowns, and the local services were not there, they were not available. We all saw at that time the potential of the domestic internet. The internet had been positioned as though to provide access to international services, to services overseas. Operators took users to international content providers. The internet had not permeated nor been assimilated sufficiently into the domestic economy and the social fabric. The exchange points have worked well for us, but unfortunately, content was not following the exchange points, and in-country links need to become more affordable. The infrastructure and arrangements were not prepared for such stress tests. We could not easily take people from homes to offices, nor from homes to schools. We could not acquire the local services we needed online. We need to have a plan for such situations. Online was not yet part of the culture, but is fast becoming so since COVID. And we shall embrace the various emerging virtual working and meetings innovations in mass so that we can expand our reach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Paul Scully, your comment?
Thank you very much. And you're absolutely right to highlight the acceleration that has been caused through COVID, the digital infrastructures, and the test of which I think actually the multi-stakeholder framework has come out really positively for, because you saw so many bodies rising to the challenges of the pandemic, whether it was public authorities providing healthcare advice, and obviously private and public authorities providing education for so many children, businesses and retailers providing services online, and collaboration between scientists, which resulted in really successful vaccination programs in so many parts of the world. But we've got to make sure that we embed the learning of that and shape the change that is coming. I heard about hybrid working. We've got to make sure that we all work together to capture that change. And ICANN underpins so much of that with their work, fishing out the bad actors who were looking at phishing and scams and those kind of things by suspending domain names and deleting domain names, which perpetuated such abuse. But I should just finally conclude by welcoming the UN IGF in this regard, because the crucial role that it facilitated discussions was very positive. Not being a decision-making body allows stakeholders the freedom to try out, to explore, to debate and discuss new policy ideas without being restricted by a binding vote at the end of the annual meeting. But it's important that we work on the technologies as well for young people to be able to access these, as you rightly said at the beginning. But that will be discussed through public, government and the private sector, and new technologies helping younger people access the digital infrastructure across the world.
Thank you very much. And our final question before we wrap up: what measures are currently in place to ensure more affordable, meaningful, and inclusive connectivity in Africa and beyond? And what kind of international framework do we need to complement these and achieve Agenda 2030? I'm going to start with you, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you very much. I can speak to examples in the Caribbean. CaribIX is one initiative that seeks to deploy internet exchange points, which is a part of the infrastructure as well, to drive more efficient routing of network traffic and reduce the costs. Because local content in particular doesn't need to be transited internationally, and there's a cost to that. Of course, there's a whole ecosystem around IXPs, such as caching and so on, that will help to improve internet access and make it more meaningful, especially if there is local content to be accessed. In addition, I think that the issue of universal service funds, we've spoken about this before, need to be deployed more effectively. There's no point in having hundreds of millions of dollars sitting on a bank account when it cannot be used to pay for devices and to train and to provide access at community centers and so on. And I think lastly that if we see the issue of connectivity as a universal right, then we ought to approach it as a universal right and seek to have a global digital compact. And I know this is an initiative of the United Nations, a global digital compact that provides all the necessary resources, in particular to developing countries, to drive down the cost of connectivity and make it more meaningful, with all of the other considerations that we've spoken of today with respect to meaningful and affordable connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. Excellency Mesu.
Thank you again. The government of Papua New Guinea, through my ministry and of course the Department of ICT and our regulator, NICTA, we working very closely to close the digital gap and make universal access a reality. We are working to ensure that no one is left behind, and that is why we have added special emphasis and efforts geared to ensuring that women, girls, persons with disabilities, indigenous persons are not left out. So
in progressing this last week, we held a stakeholder workshop on our new universal access service policy, where we laid out our goals and objectives on connectivity. As we stated at the ITU plenipotentiary and at our broadband plan and UAS stakeholder workshops, it is crucial that women and girls, persons with disabilities, indigenous groups and others are included in this digital economy. It is why we are devoted to a separate focus area on this issue. We have very important plans that we want to roll out as far as connectivity and accessibility, affordability is concerned. And we don't want to leave our neighbors behind, like our Pacific brothers and sisters. And so we are offering help to our neighbors in the Pacific region as well. Thank you.
Excellency, I'm going to have to wrap you up there. Thank you very much. Excellency Rebo.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Regarding the what is the current aspect, especially I will try to address this in connection to the scenario in our country. The Ethiopian government has launched the homegrown economic reform agenda, one of which is to introduce the digital transformation. Accordingly, we have already adopted the Digital Ethiopia 2025 strategy, and now we are implementing that strategy. In this strategy, one of the major components are like connectivity, universal access and service, digital skills, as well as the enablers like the digital ID program, as well as the e-commerce, and also encouraging the startups, and so that the ICT ecosystem can develop and really encourage the digital connectivity in terms of meaningful connectivity. At the same time, we have also developed a separate universal service and access framework, which has 6 streams. It ranges from addressing the access gap, like also fiberization program to really develop the backhaul and the backbone. At the same time, also to go to the level of developing the applications and the content, as well as also support the digital skill and also the
Thank you, Excellency, but I'm going to have to wrap you up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please, Fur.
Thank you. To achieve 2030, the agenda, I think it's an important starting point to bring the diverse elements together, meaning infrastructure, standards, governance, investment, innovation skills, to assure that IGF is fit for purpose going forward. And we're looking forward to the Summit for Future with the Global Digital Compact, and the new IGF leadership panel is one important part in this international framework. I think a strong measure could be that we could actually set our own truly ambitious international agreed SDGs for the internet in a multi-stakeholder way. We know that digital technologies relate to many of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, but we could use this momentum we have for the Summit for the Future and the Compact to set a series of goals for how we want the internet and the digital economy to look in the next decade. Regions and countries are working on this too, such as EU Digital Decade, setting objectives for connectivities and skills. And we see the work is going on in the UN. And I wish to say one final word on the importance of this process being inclusive. We will achieve meaningful and inclusive connectivity only if the governance framework is in fact inclusive. And this means that governance bodies need to look outside the immediate internet community to speak with and engage with those sectors who are building their business on the internet, like banking, like logistics, like healthcare.
Okay, Ms. Fry, I'm going to
means
have to
that-
wrap you up
Okay,
there.
sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Marby?
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always hard to be in the end of something because so many smart things has been said. But I want to point out really to two things, and I want to do a little bit general comment. One of the amazing things when the COVID came around was that you never heard that the internet went down. We had the biggest internet day ever, October and November 2020, with 8.4 billion requests into the system. Today, on an average, we have 8 trillion requests into the systems to provide you with internet. It never went down. You never hear it expressed on the internet actually went down. And this is actually because it's a networks of networks with many different players, all working according to standards and protocols. And we should not forget, so we can be able to maintain that. Every day, every conversation, there are discussions about do this differently. And that can actually create a real fragmentation of the internet. The fragmentation of the internet means that you can't connect to the internet at all. You can't have a dual internet, it will always be one internet, and I'm happy to be part of providing that. But I think we shouldn't also forget that internet is local and global at the same time. Often when we talk about the big things everybody does, we talk it from a global scale, but it's very, very, very local. Most of the traffic actually goes between people, individuals in a country, in a region. And I think looking at Africa, it's so important to build the ecosystems in your own regions, your own countries, so the traffic, the business IDs, all of these actually stays within the country. And one of the interesting things of that is a project we're doing together under the pledge to the ITOD, that we're trying to capacity building and training country code operators. Why is that important? One of that
I'm going to have to wrap you up there, Mr. Marby. We're heading for the finish line.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Boache, and we are even shorter. We're down to a minute and a half.
A minute and a half isn't that much, so I will quickly say on this question of Madam Chair, can you take 10 seconds to remind me of the question?
Absolutely. What measures are currently in place to ensure more affordable, meaningful, and inclusive connectivity in Africa and beyond? And what kind of international framework do we need to complement these and achieve Agenda 2030?
So, great. So I can take 50 seconds, because I think most of those frameworks, as we said in the first question, are in place. I think the goals under the SDGs, I think the work of the ITU, I think the work of ICANN that we've heard my colleague on the left speak so eloquently about, give us enough multi-stakeholder frameworks to move forward. Having said that, I do think there is need for reform in a couple of areas. So one of the things that we are particularly focused on at Meta, and I know many others are, is spectrum reform. So use of unlicensed spectrum we know can be extremely beneficial, especially in the 57 to 71 gigahertz band. And we're seeing many parts of the world, not so much Africa, and I know many African under the auspices of the ITU, many African regulators are thinking about it, but we certainly see that. And then the other big thing that we would like to see reform of, or the greater use of, is regulatory sandboxes. As a company that's focused on the next computing platform, the metaverse, rather than the internet, as well as the internet, we're starting to push innovation as hard as we can. And in some countries, that innovation is being held back by the fact we don't have regulatory frameworks in place to support it. And we've seen the use of regulatory sandboxes bring great dividends in that area. So that's the reform. I hope that was 50 seconds or so.
And you got back your extra 10 seconds that I asked the question, so yes. And Mr. Scully?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it's not about legislation, it is about frameworks and partnerships, and they already exist, working well with the ICTs who know the importance that they have in helping deliver the SDGs. But we need to build on that framework to make sure that we can have the financial investments by private companies, the local expertise of civil society groups, all supporting digital access. And we're working to improve and expand internet connectivity and bridge the digital divide through those public-private partnerships. But we're also working on the last mile connectivity as well through projects like Kenya's National ICT Plan that we're working with on TV white space and the National Broadband Plan and right-of-way regulation in Nigeria. And then we go down to what we were talking about before, about devices, and it's really important that When I was in Kenya 4 years ago, looking at bridge schools that were using tablets to deliver education, there's a greater use of the acceleration of the internet when you're actually trying to tackle how to get girls who have to maybe walk 10K to their schools, how you can better deliver education. All of that will work through frameworks organised by the UK government, by other governments, but also organisations like IGF.
Thank you very much. And just before we wrap up, I am going to challenge all of you. Show me how good you are. Final comments, 30 seconds. I'm going to start with you, Excellency Masu. 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. We want our people in our rural communities to have means of access government goods and services through mobile phones without the expense and wasted time of travel and queues, or have hospitals to be able to register births, clinics and doctors to be able to register health visits, or give a convenient appointment time for children to receive their vaccines, for schools to make registrations, for students to be easy and convenient at minimal or zero cost, and without walking for hours or standing in long, winding queues. And that's what we want to do in the space of internet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Ms. Paula Ingabert.
I think we've said it all through the different interventions of the panelists, and what is key is that we build the right partnerships that are going to allow us to close on the gaps that we've highlighted, but also at the same time that will allow us to drive impact at scale. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Scully?
Thank you. Just want to thank the IGF for bringing us all together for this really important panel. The multi-stakeholder model is absolutely critical for bridging the digital divide. It's important that we all come together in partnership. And I know my colleagues there, I'm sorry I can't be there, but my colleagues will be attending a number of the sessions this week to explore ideas how we can achieve universal, affordable, meaningful digital connectivity. So I wish you an excellent conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellency Reba?
Thank you. Just I would like to say a few on meaningful connectivity. Meaningful connectivity means it is a people's experience. So it is an experience of unlocking the full power of internet access. For this to happen, we need high-speed internet, an appropriate device, unlimited broadband connection, and unfragmented use. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and you came in just under the radar, 30 seconds. Mr. Lee?
Well, much has said that I just have the two sentences. Partnership among all multi-stakeholders for IGF. Second, action, action, action. Let's not hold back.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pedro?
The world of tomorrow is going to be much more complex than the world that we know today. So we need to invest in foresight capabilities, all of those things, and the internet is at the center of it. So I'm very excited with what is happening now. For example, there is this Zindi, which is a community of 50,000 data scientists in Africa that are co-creating solutions. We need more of those moving forward because the solutions really require this multi-sectoral analysis and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Got to wrap you up there. And Ms. Bogdan Martin.
Yes, thank you. So universal, affordable, meaningful, and I would add trusted connectivity is our goal. The ITU Plenipot declared that, as Minister Timothy noted. Without it, without including the third of humanity that is digitally excluded, we won't achieve the SDGs. And to achieve that universal connectivity, we have to work together, all of us, focused on access, adoption, and value creation to unleash the transformative power of digital for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you very much, Joel. And 30 seconds is just enough for me to thank the IGF Secretariat for including us in the discussion and having a diverse panel from various regions. We represent small states in the Caribbean, and if we continue in this spirit of cooperation and inclusiveness, I think we have enough intellect and enough will to solve this problem of global meaningful connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Quainar?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Well, Africa has come a long way, in the past 30 years with internet. So before we go anywhere, we should look back a little and see what did we do right and what could we improve. But bear in mind that Africa is very diverse and very large, and no one size fits all. It will require some patience and some, diligence, maybe some interlocal engagements, as well as interregional solidarity.
Okay, Mr. Quainar, got to wrap you up there. Ms. First?
Thank you. I'm extremely positive for the future. I think we have very interesting work ahead of us. The multi-stakeholder model is essential for this. This panel showed us how many good things are going on out there, but I still believe we need some SDGs for the internet to make the work count and have a good direction going forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In all development, it's important to realize where we come from. The technical organizations governed by the multi-stakeholder model is taking the system that was designed in the 60s to have more than 5 billion users. We've done that in a technical way. We don't interfere in the politics. We don't take sides in discussions. It's important for us to be able to continue to do that work so we can have one interconnected and open internet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Boachi?
Yeah, fabulous to be in a room surrounded by people who are all very like-minded. I think we started by talking about the importance of multi-stakeholder partnerships, and I didn't see anybody shake their heads. It's also fabulous to be in a room where I can recognize my privilege, but also recognize the privilege of the whole audience in front of me, and to understand that we have 4 days left to get together, speak about potential opportunities as well as the challenges such as gender violence online and how to tackle them. And I hope that, like me and my colleagues from Meta who are here, you will use your time productively for the underprivileged. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Onika, you get the last word.
Wow. So gender exclusion is actually costing our countries a lot of money. In 2020, about $1 trillion in GDP. So there is a real cost to the exclusion. So I would urge us that apart from the fact that it is the right thing to do to make sure that we are mainstreaming gender in our ICT policies, it is also the cost-efficient thing to do to make sure that we build an inclusive digital economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And on that note, this is where we wrap up. We bring this session to a close. I want to thank everyone for attending. A really special thanks to my team. I mean, it was an amazing panel discussion, especially our persons who were online. Thank you so much. We look forward now to the report from the rapporteur coming out and seeing how we can move forward on these initiatives and collaborations. I'm going to ask you to give us a big round of applause for our panelists. And ask our panelists and our online guests not to move, as we're going to have our photo op right here at the end. But thank you again, everyone.
Recording in progress. Test one. Testing, testing.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Closer.
Further. Okay. Are we okay now? And next mic. Again. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. High level session 2. High level session 2. High level session 2. High level session 2. Monday, November 28th. Addis UN Conference Center. Testing, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Monday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 1, 2, 2, 1. Hello? We're good? I'm not handling Asher's free. Yeah, thanks. No, Testing, testing. Senyo, Maxenyo, Euro, Hamus. Senyo, Maxenyo, Euro, Hamus. 1, 2, 1, 2. Andulat Sost. UN Conference Center, Center UN. UN Conference Center, Center Conference UN. Testing, testing, testing. If I speak down here, you can't hear me. If I speak up here, it's too close to my mouth. Still okay? We're okay? All right. Should I put the mics on standby or turn them off or leave them on? Mic number 4. Testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 1. Can you hear me okay? I feel like I'm echoing. I'm definitely vibrating. I'm vibrating. I'm gone. I can't hear myself. I can hear it, but it doesn't sound good. Oh, look at that. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hello. Are we good? 1, 1, 1, 1. Further, further. Closer, closer. Very close, very close. Is it vibrating? We're okay? Not testing. I am not testing. I am testing. 1, 2. 2, 2, 2. 1, 1. 1, 1. Hello, hello. Bonjour. Tanastilling. Can you hear me? Hello? Testing, testing. 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Am I on Zoom? Can you hear me? Am I on YouTube? Multi, can you hear me online? You can hear me online? Can the interpreters hear me? Test, 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 test. 1, 1. 1, 2. 2, 2, 1, 1. We're good? Mic number 6, mic number 6, 6, 6, 1, 1. Mic number 6, mic number 6. Multi screen on your ma. Mandani to korarata fida lalabat. 1, 1, 1, 2. Mic number 6. Monday, Monday, Tuesday.
Hello. and mood for for another engaging session here at the auditorium. I'm Shivani Thapabasnath, news editor with Nepal State Media, Nepal Television, and I'm so privileged to be having this pleasure and honor to be steering you through one of the high-level track sessions here at the IGF 2022. Now, before we get the session started, I have a couple of house announcements to make. Number one is for the interpretation. As stated earlier in the morning, we are having interpretation service in 6 different languages. So if you want English, please tune into channel 1. 2 is French. For Arabic, tune into 3. For Spanish, tune into channel 4. For Russian, 5. And for Chinese interpretation, please tune into channel 6. Second is the time constraint. We'll be running the deliberations here at this very forum for about 120 minutes or less. And I place my pardon to all our very distinguished speakers already before we even begin the deliberations to kindly pay heed to the time limit that have been suggested to us. So that's what I will be doing following the flowchart that I've been given, and I seek your cooperation throughout the deliberations as much as we are looking forward to great insights coming from this very reputed panel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege, in fact, an honor for me to be steering or leading or taking on this floor as the session moderator, a deliberation which is so central to governance, as you all know. Yes, and I'm sure you already know we're talking digital rights. And digital rights, as you all know, already has increasingly become one of the critical, very critical aspects of human rights in recent years. And it will continue playing a larger role to flourish human race and all the events that's happening around us in an increasingly digitized world that we are getting to live with. And you know, to normalize and to defend various digital rights is one of the greatest challenges that is facing the entire globe with equal magnitude and momentum. And the risk that faces us should we ignore this dimension is the severe erosion of our collective human rights and security. And how important is a comprehensive and a common apparatus to address these issues facing us, and how challenging is the road ahead should we choose to tread on this particular path is the focus of deliberation that we will be presenting in front of you. I am very much looking forward because this is a panel of distinguished and eminent personalities and representing multiple stakeholders, and I'm sure the deliberations herein would be representing the multiple realities that we are living and having to deal with in our day-to-day life, and then, you know, we bring in our individual identities and the stature of governance in the sector that we're talking herein. Now, as multiple efforts are ongoing at various levels to address this critical aspect of human rights and global well-being in the technology and digital world, we here try to bring forth the nitty-gritty or dissect the entire topic in front of you. To what we would be focusing on is what different stakeholders can contribute to the standardization and defense of digital rights. And this is the issue of focus that I will seek to discuss with our distinguished panelists right here with me, and cannot wait, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our distinguished panelists who are here with us, and then we have a couple of other panelists who will be joining us online. My pleasure of inviting and welcoming Her Excellency Ms. Caroline Edstadler, the Minister for European Union and the Constitution of Austria. Her Excellency Ms. Monica Mutsvangwa, the Minister of Information, Publicity and Broadcasting Services, Zimbabwe. Mr. Vinton Cerf, the Chief Internet Evangelist, Google Chair, IGF Leadership Panel. It's a matter of great pleasure to have the father of Internet with us today. Thank you for honoring us, sir. Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill, it's a pleasure to welcome you to the forum again, the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Technology. Our pleasure, again, equally pleased we are to be welcoming Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz, the Secretary, Dicastery of Communications, Holy See. Mr. Thomas Snyder, the Ambassador and Director of International Affairs, Federal Office of Communications, Switzerland. We are so privileged and pleased to be welcoming you here, sir. Mr. Benjamin Braque, the Director General, Data and Digital Policy Department, German Federal Ministry of Digital Affairs and Transport. So pleased to have you here. Mr. Viktor Makarovs, Special Envoy on Digital Affairs, Latvia. A pleasure to have you here, sir. Equally pleased we are to welcome Dr. Alison Gilwald, the Executive Director, Research, ICT Africa. Likewise, our pleasure and privilege again to be welcoming Mr. Eugenio Gagliardone, the Associate Professor, University of Witwatersrand. Also pleased to welcome here among us Mr. Theodros Besra, Technical Expert, Digital Payments, Africa NENDA. Likewise, we are pleased to have with us Mr. Irene Khan, UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Opinion and Expression. Ms. Khan will be joining us live. We extend you a very warm welcome to this panel, Ms. Khan. And equally pleased we are to be welcoming Ms. Mazuba Hanyama, Head of Human Rights Policy, Africa, the Middle East and Turkey. Ms. Thoko Mia, the founder, startup Thoko, so pleased to be welcoming you here. And last but not the least, Mr. Volker Turk, UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. It's indeed a matter of great pleasure to have such distinguished personalities herein. The list is long, but the time is pretty constraining. I think that's the only constraint that we have. So my job here is quite simple. I'll be throwing a few questions related on the topic that we are here to deliberate on. And I request all our panelists to take your time limit to give your most important statements or remarks on the questions asked as I call your name. And please pardon me if I'll have to interrupt you. If I should, if you exceed the time limit, I will have to, I'll have to thank you and then move on to the other speaker. I hope you would understand the constraint. To assist you to check the time, we have our friend, Mr. Brian, seated right here, who will be showing you this placard just to keep you on track. Thank you, Brian. Thank you so much for being so upbeat. So without further ado, we head straight ahead, head towards the questions, beginning with data, which again has become so central to our day-to-day living, and I'm sure is going to take the world by storm in the days to come. Now, moving to the panelists, beginning with Mr. Vinton Cerf, the Chief Internet Evangelist, Google Chair, IGF Leadership Panel himself. The first question, sir, is in this era where data is an essential tool used in virtually all sectors to make progress, is it realistic to advocate for us as individuals and give us true agency over the ubiquitous use of our data? What are some of the emerging data justice challenges in your region?
So the first answer is yes. Would you like me to elaborate? First of all, data is needed in order to transact in the digital and online world. Second, transparency is just needed and deserved so that people understand what data is needed, how it's used, how it's shared, whether it's discarded and when, and the ability to correct data which is incorrect. We must hold those who hold the data accountable and responsible for protection. Some data deserves higher levels of access control. This thing is, sorry. I'm getting my I'm listening to myself talk 2 seconds later. It's quite confusing. Some data deserves higher levels of access control: financial data, health data, medical records, passwords, and other kinds of authentication. So we know that there are varying levels of protection that are needed, but there are challenges. Some data is malware, or phishing attacks, or ransomware. Data is at risk, and we must protect it. We must improve its resilience. And finally, if we are going to demand accountability, we need international cooperation to achieve that objective. And I'll stop there, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I move on to Dr. Alison Gilwald with the same question?
Thank you very much. So with regard to the question of data justice, I think we've seen, particularly from a regulatory and a policy point of view, that data-related harms have largely focused on safety.
Dr. Alison, could you kindly move the
mic
mic closer
Can
to
you hear me now? Sorry about that. So I think from a policy and regulatory perspective, we are not actually seeing just data outcomes. I think we see in policy and regulation that there's been a safeguarding of more kind of individualized notions of personal and individual focuses on privacy and on possibly freedom of expression. I think COVID has highlighted the need for us to look beyond these individualized notions of privacy to more common notions of public good and public interest. And I think this needs to be done by extending our regulation to more expansive approaches that are needed to look more at the governance in terms of collective interest or the common good. Of course, while still preserving individual privacy. This will not necessarily on its own produce just outcomes, however. What we require is moving beyond negative forms of regulation that look mainly at breaches and extend this to more positive forms of discrimination in favor of those who are currently marginalized, and would enable them and to exercise their rights, and also would allow them to move from being simply data subjects to data producers.
But it's also problematic, especially when it puts the national interest at its core, and it sort of overlooks how it might drown individual sovereignty, individual agency over data. And maybe the extreme of this polarization is internet shutdown, where the national interests come into the way of controlling the flows of information, but then it prevents individuals from having access to the whole internet or part of it. And what I'm going to say is that it doesn't have to be. And if we look at some of the claims for more agency of users, there are also claims about value. Users can't tap into the values that they produce. Companies can. And it's not that different from the claim that governments are making about the inability to tax companies that refuse to have their legal entities in their own countries. And the time is not coming up as well. One point that I would like to make is many threads exist connecting citizens and the state. And one of the reasons why it's difficult to pursue them, it's also because there tends to be mistrust between the two actors. And here, if I have 10 seconds, I know it's up, I want to stress the importance of regional institutions. Like the European Union has showed us how important it could be to have this institution both gaining leverage with big actors, checking on states, and protecting citizens.
All right, thank you. To Mr. Tedros Besrat.
Thanks very much. So I'll quickly allow me to focus on the data injustice challenges that we face in the region, right? So first, I would like to underscore the fact that data injustice actually build on pre-existing forms of injustices and inequality in society, which of course technology helps to reinforce and solidify, right? Be it along race, gender, or socioeconomic lines. That said, 3 points. Number one is we face aggressive online content regulation and taxation in a number of countries. 2, excessive shutdowns, as mentioned earlier. And number 3 is excessive surveillance, as well as issues around data privacy, where
countries are requesting extensive personal data for people to access, the digital world. Thank you. Back to you.
All right, coming over to Mr. Thomas Snyder. Could you add your insights to this, sir?
Yes, thank you, and hello to everybody. Of course, we all know that with data you can do a lot of good things, improve the lives of all us people and citizens economically, but also socially. But of course, you can also do bad things with data. So for us, the key question is, who controls the data? Who controls my data? Who controls a company's data? And in our view, it should be the people themselves or a company itself that should, to the extent possible, control their own data. They should be able to decide who they want to share it, what purpose data should be used for, and they should have a fair share of the wealth that is created with the data. Should not be the government nor big companies that control individual people's or small companies' data. In this spirit, in Switzerland, we have looked into what are factors to create trust in data sharing, and one element, a key element, is trustworthy data spaces. So we are now developing a voluntary code of conduct for everybody that is participating in data spaces, so that together these actors decide about the governance of the data space. And we also think we should have an international place, an international forum to discuss, so it's good that we have this forum here at the IGF. But then also in the long run, we need institutions on a global level where we can maybe agree on guidance on data governance in general, because this is getting more and more important. Thank you.
Thank you. So thank you so much. I'm sure Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill will have a lot to add to this.
Thank you. Just a couple of points on data justice. I think we need to move from the data protection paradigm, which is essential, which is a foundation, to a data empowerment paradigm, where citizens have choices over how their data is used, and where they can also share in the benefits of innovation that builds on those data sets. And that's why the Secretary General has called for giving citizens and people choices over the data in the context of the Global Digital Compact. The second important issue for data justice is addressing data poverty. So there are vast sections of the world where local communities, citizens are not building their own data sets. Those data sets are essential for solving their local problems in context, and therefore we need a special effort for everyone to be able to participate in the data economy. And finally, something that Vint mentioned, we need international collaboration, because data governance approaches are diverging in some ways, like this, that some kinds of personal data, health data, financial data are more important than others. This is a notion that's well understood in the US, for instance, given its common law and law of torts framework, but this is not a notion that is well understood in Europe, where, regardless of the kind of data, personal data has to be protected at a certain level. So these are kind of subtle differences, but sometimes in operational terms they become important, and we need an international platform where some alignment can be done. Thanks.
Great, thank you, sir. Ms. Thoko Mia, the founder of Startup Thoko, could we have your insights, please? The countdown has already begun, ma'am.
Good afternoon. It's Toko. Thank you so much. Yes, so in terms of digital data governance and protection in Africa, and then South Africa specifically, which is where I'm from, which is where I'll localize the answer to, I think that it's extremely important to note that there are already conventions in place. There is already an attempt at policy, at governance, and at mitigation legislation. However, there hasn't been appropriate action taken towards actually implementing any of these. So whether we're looking at the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity Governance and Personal Data Protection, or whether we're looking at the Malabo Convention, whether we're looking at the South African Cybersecurity Bill, which was later converted to the South African Cybersecurity Bill, there's still a lack of acknowledgement, there's still a lack of acceptance. And if we're going to look at personal data protection in terms of where contemporary politics, socioeconomics are, and what's actually happening in our societies, it's extremely important that we're going to not only have these on paper or in theory, but have them in practice and have them recognized by the various member states.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all the members in the panel who just took their time to answer this question. So it's so obvious that we are on unanimous length that collaboration and cooperation, especially deliberations, should start, and that would largely help in all the, the malpractices or any problems that we are facing can be dealt with. So our call certainly is to find a common ground and mechanism or a comprehensive resolve to these problems, but with the difficulty in reaching these multilateral agreements, this is what the present scenario in the global front is showing. Is there a common ground to introduce an international framework or global standard on digital rights? What would this framework look like if your answer is affirmative? Can I head on straight to Mr. Vinton Cerf again?
This time I'm going to take my headset off so I won't be so confused. I think there's an interesting beginning. Why don't we start with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and cast that into the digital universe? Then let's try to establish norms for transparency regarding what is collected, how data is used and kept. Then we can develop technical means by which users can authorize and track the access and use of their data. And then finally, I think we could establish norms for the protection of data, use of cryptography, for example, and other kinds of access controls, and share best practices. That's a beginning.
May I move on to Her Excellency Ms. Caroline Staldner.
Thank you so much. A very warm welcome and good afternoon to everybody from my side. Well, as I'm a lawyer and I was working as a criminal judge, I would answer your question with a very important phrase for lawyers, a very important phrase. It depends what we are talking about. And I couldn't agree more with Windsurf when he says, let's start with the Universal Declaration of Human Rights or also the European Convention of Human Rights. I had the honor to work at the court in Strasbourg for nearly 2 years. And I would say there are well-established human rights. There are good catalogs and also institutions which are secure that they are there. And I think, at least at the panel, we do have consensus that the human rights have to be implemented not only offline in the physical life, but also online in the digital life. And that's what we have to do. And there is a big need to come together and to discuss how we can implement these human rights online. And I think especially after the pandemic, when we saw that there was a big boost for the digitalization, we saw also the downside of digitalization. And it's now up to us to find solutions. And I would like to give you one example. Let's talk about the freedom of expression, the freedom of opinion, but on the other hand, also hatred in the internet. We have to make sure that we can keep the sensitive balance between the different human rights, and it's especially sensitive when it comes to online. I think we found a quite good way in Austria. We implemented the Communications Platform Act, and I will come back to that later because I see time is up.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And I can't wait to connect to this conversation Ms. Irene Khan, the UN Special Rapporteur for Freedom of Opinion and Expression, who is joining us online. Ms. Khan.
Thank you very much. Well, of course, all I can do is reiterate what has been said, that it is well recognized now that rights offline also apply online. And as such, the International Human Rights Framework, in my view, is the common ground on which to build the foundation for digital rights. And of course, all member states have signed up to these human rights principles and instruments, but so have companies through the UN voluntary guidelines on business and human rights. The challenge is not about legal gaps. The challenge is actually about implementation, and that's why it's very important for states to look at smart regulation. And what I mean by that is to promote innovation and connectivity while at the same time respecting the rights to expression, information, privacy, safety online, and of course, non-discrimination. It may seem like a big task, but actually within the human rights framework, there are principles of necessity, proportionality, and legitimate objective that provide the ground for making restrictions while also upholding human rights. So I think the human rights framework is an appropriate framework to take us forward.
Well, thank you, Ms. Khan. Would you like to add on to this, Mr. Viktor Makarovs?
Thank you. I think if I had an opportunity to simply repeat what Ms. Khan and the previous two speakers just said about the indivisibility of human rights online and offline, that would be the best option. The second is to make three quick points. First of all, there is an obvious divergency of views on how human rights should be implemented in digital areas. So to answer the question directly, we are probably not heading towards a binding framework, but should focus on underlying principles. Second point, we have tools to do that. First of all, the framework for the aspiration is in the Global Digital Compact. Obviously, we now have, fortunately, the UN Tech Envoy, whom we will support in implementing his digital agenda, including rights. Third point, the EU has set a high bar for itself with the EU Declaration on Digital Rights and Principles. Citizens of the European Union demand that, but the EU will also, I hope, externally focus on outreach, cooperation and engagement, not only to build capacity through the Global Gateway Strategy, but also to help shape ethical, safe and inclusive international technology standards for all. And my last and fourth point is that multi-stakeholder approach is critical here. We cannot discuss rights without civil society, who is the main advocate. We cannot discuss digital rights without the tech companies who will bear an important share of responsibility in this area. Thank you.
May we now add another perspective to this? I would want to turn to Her Excellency Ms. Monica Mutsvangwa.
Thank you very much, facilitator, and I want to salute my fellow panelists, and I've been listening carefully. First of all, let me thank the organizers for inviting us. I'm a minister from Zimbabwe, Minister of Information, and clearly what is being said here is very important. As countries who are in step with the fourth industrial revolution, we have embraced digitalization, and clearly digitalization is the way to go. The question which I was asked was about the framework of global standard of digital rights. And yes, I agree, there are numerous policy conversations which are around digital rights through various forms such as ITU, Internet Governance Forum like here, African Union, and even SADC. This is because digital rights, they carry a similar weight of importance as that of the human rights in the digital age. And it is important that all governments embrace this, and my government is actually creating that environment to make sure that we are inclusive, we bring on board everybody. The predominant conversation across these and other multilateral platforms has been about cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, digital infrastructure, data protection, electronic commerce, is just to mention just but a few. The digital rights discourse involves a lot of players, like he said, and from government, infrastructure providers, data subjects, civil society, even among others. However, there's need for that broad-based consensus among those multilateral players to find common points of convergence to treat the issue of digital rights as a human rights issue.
Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now turn to Mr. Benjamin Bracker for his response.
Yes, thank you very much, facilitator. First of all, let me thank the IGF and Ethiopia actually for hosting this event right here in Ethiopia, because I think it is so important that we have this discussion we are having here on the panel also including the Global South, because the Global South is becoming more and more important when it comes to questions around data privacy, data access, but also to data rights. So perhaps to touch base on what you just said, the European Union indeed just issued a declaration on European digital rights and principles, and they are focused on 6 aspects, and that might give you perhaps a bit of a flavor and an idea what we could talk on a global scale. They are putting people and their rights in the center of digital transformation, that's first. Then they're supporting solidarity and inclusion, ensuring freedom of choice online, fostering participation in the digital public space, increasing safety, security, and empowerment of individuals, and promoting the sustainable of the digital future. Now, while these might be very concrete on the EU level, we might look for a bit more of a general approach on the global scale. So when it comes to me, I would like to see perhaps 3 aspects to be taken into account when we talk about digital rights on a global scale. First of all, it should be the right to access to internet, at least in certain public institutions, such as schools, for example. Second, the right to certain transparency when it comes to data usage, right to be forgotten, and the deletion of data. Very important also from a European perspective. And the last thing is the right of transparency of algorithms. Thank you.
Thank you so, so much. And now to get the United Nations perspectives, may I turn to Mr. Amandeep again.
Thank you. I think there's no need to reinvent the wheel. Firstly, we have the human rights standards, the UDHR, the core conventions, and even specialized areas like rights of human rights defenders. So the challenge is to actually apply them, to make sure that we are not confused by new terms like digital rights or digital human rights. It's at the end of the day, as the Honorable Minister said, human rights in the digital age. Now, when it comes to application, the problem is that traditionally human rights have been, obligations have been addressed to states, and through the states to non-state actors. And today the private sector plays a very important role, so we need to find ways to sharpen the accountability of the private sector for some of the human rights violations. And then we also need to focus on specific areas. For instance, there is a vital role that internet access and digital tools and platforms play in the civic space. And that civic space can be restricted either because of government action or private sector actions, and we need to defend that. Also, some of the emerging technologies like metaverse, neural implants, raise new challenges for the application, the promotion and protection of human rights. So we need to rise up to that challenge. And as was said, we need to do this in a multi-stakeholder manner.
Thank you, the panel, for this very beautiful statement. Certainly, every little change that we are living today, this day, is evolving around the spaces that we work in. And I believe, and I so much agree to you, that it's the space that is shifting. And if we could redefine or rearrange our working modalities and the issues of rights that we're talking about vis-a-vis our shifting spaces, that should add impetus to all this entire argument. Now let's touch upon the other important element of this entire debate we are having, the algorithms, which is certainly enabling us to rethink about information's data and whatnot. Now there have been initiatives promoting the transparency of algorithms such as the trustworthy AI, yet they remain many people, they remain something that the public are largely unaware about this very fact. So what can the international community do to promote those initiatives and the recognition of digital rights in the AI domain? I turn first to Dr. Alison Gilwald.
Thank you so much for that. I firstly just wanted to come back to the digital rights discussion, although I know you've framed it in terms of the AI.
Ma'am, could you kindly hold your mic closer, please?
Can you hear me?
Closer, a little closer.
Can you hear me?
Sorry.
I just wanted to come back to the digital rights, specifically the Declaration of Digital Rights that was mentioned, and just say that, while I think this is important document, particularly with the focus on managing harms. These are not the only aspects of rights, and although it's framed in the context of being human-centered and human rights focused, in fact, the content of the document looks very much at innovation and business. And so I think we really need to think about this in terms of returning to that notion of data justice, because I think what we see when we look at the focus on algorithmic governance only in terms of accountability, transparency, and then also in terms of ethical design and human rights frameworks, is that it doesn't allow us to look at the continued governance of these algorithms in terms of assumptions around exactly what was the point that was made before about the offline rights actually not existing at all. So while we're expecting these online rights when they don't even exist offline, and that includes with the rule of law, makes the application very difficult. And what we're actually seeing is the perpetuation, even with, if you have ethical frameworks, if you have human rights frameworks, they're not actually addressing the marginalization, the exclusion, the underrepresentation of people through these algorithms that are now increasingly being used for automated decision making and really impacting, negatively, potentially discriminating against people, marginalized people in particular.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Keriwald. I am eager to hear Your Excellency, Ms. Caroline Estalder's take on this.
Thank you so much. Well, I think it's out of question that AI is playing a very important role in the meantime in our society, and that we still have to see how we can make AI really trustworthy and also compliant with human rights. And I think the two keywords in that respect are trust and transparency, as already mentioned, for the acceptance and also for the sustainability. And we have to be very clear, AI can help us to achieve the Agenda 2030, the SDGs, may it be in the field of medicine or may it be in the field of agriculture. So what do we have to do? First of all, we have to keep human oversight. That's one of the most important things. Algorithms should not run away from us or out of our power. It should be explainable and, again, transparent. So what can we do? That was the question. I think the first thing we can do, we can raise awareness in the form of having discussions like this. And on the other hand, set measures in form of standards, maybe certificates for AI products and for the fields where it is used. So the challenge is really to implement principles. There are already recommendations. Think of the UNESCO recommendation, but it's up to us now to implement them to make AI really trustworthy.
Great, thank you, Your Excellency. I just wanted to confirm if Ms. Mazuba Hanyama is here with us. If she is there, I would so very much be pleased to connect her to this connection. Ms. Mazuba?
Hi, yes, I'm here. Apologies for delayed entry. Time zone got the better of me. Hi, my name is Mazuba Hanyama. I lead our human rights work at Meta across Africa, Middle East, and Turkey within the public policy team. Great discussion so far. I think much of what I'm going to raise here has been touched on by some of the speakers. But maybe just give a little bit of an overview around this question. At Meta, we really believe that people who use our products should have more transparency and control around how data about them is being collected and used. And this being a core idea for us, we are thinking through a number of things. Firstly, being more transparent about when and how our AI systems are making decisions that impact the people who use our products. Then making those decisions more explainable and interpretable, as was mentioned just now. And then informing people about the controls they have over how those decisions are made. And here are some of the sort of the tools and resources we've introduced to increase transparency in AI. We have an AI system and model documentation. We're exploring scaling our model and system level documentation through model cards and AI system cards. We're also looking at how we expand this model interpretability. And I can speak a little bit more to this as we continue, because I know that our time is limited here.
Thank you, Ms. Halima. Thank you so much. May I now turn to Mr. Thomas Snyder for your response, please.
Yes, thank you. when we talk about transparency and explainability of algorithms, we should just not forget that some experts that actually program algorithms tell us that they are not able to explain or to understand what they do. So we have a different situation here. But that does not mean that there's no way to create trust, even in something that none of us really understands. It's like banking, basically, by the way. So we need to have a mix of measures to apply. One thing is technical standards, then we have self-regulatory guidelines from the industry itself, but we also need to have regulatory frameworks for regulators and of course legal frameworks. And for instance, the EU that is about to develop a regulatory framework to regulate a market of services is one element that may help. The Council of Europe, on the other hand, which is not the same like the EU, for those that may not know it, it's an international organization of 46 member states, has decided to negotiate a convention, a binding convention on AI, based on the principles of making the link between the Human Rights Declaration and Convention and the application. And this process is open not just to European states, but to interested countries from all over the world, because, and I'm currently the chair of this committee, because we are trying to create something that has a global reach, so that on a global level as many countries as possible may agree on the same principles. So we are trying to introduce or stabilize things that there should be a human in the loop. At least if you ask for it, you should have a remedy. If a decision is taken by AI, there should be a way to have recourse, even if nobody understands it. But if you think it's wrong, you should be able to go against it, and things like this that are part of this process. And by the way, we have a session on this tonight at 5:20 or something like that, an open forum of the Council of Europe. Thank you.
I'm sure it'll be great hearing you further later, sir. Thank you for this great sharing. It's more, the emphasis more is on will and determination, of course. May I now turn to Mr. Vinton Cerf for your remarks on this matter.
Here we go again. Thank you very much again for the opportunity to address this question. I'm going to start out by pointing out that I'm not necessarily a machine learning expert, but it never stopped me from having an opinion. The first thing I want to point out, though, is that all software potentially has biases in it, whether it's machine learning, artificial intelligence, or more conventional programming, so we should be aware of that. Second, for machine learning, where the learning is achieved by repetition and exposure to training materials, the source material is critical to the determination of bias or its lack of bias. In order to detect the bias, you have to distinguish between unbiased results and the results that exhibit the bias. But that presupposes that we know what an unbiased model looks like. That may not be so simple to figure out. Second, the cases that will test for, we need cases that will test for bias. We need ways of checking to see whether a model is manifesting bias, so we need test cases. Transparency, that is to say explainability, is really hard if the algorithm is just a constellation of variable values in a gigantic multi-layer neural network. When someone says, why did it come up with this answer? And the answer is, look at all the numbers in the neural network. That's why it came out with this answer. This is not a very satisfying explanation. And finally, we wonder whether bias of an algorithm can be detected purely on the basis of analysis. And that only works, it would be desirable, sorry, I see my time is up. It would be desirable if we could detect bias by analysis if it turns out that the biases are so infrequent that we can't train the algorithm to detect it using conventional methods. Sorry for going on.
Thank you so much. With this, I turn to Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz. Sir.
Buenas tardes, muchas gracias. Pienso que para poder colaborar con lo que se ha dicho, quisiera analizar el problema desde la cultura, porque creo que la cuestión va más profundo que solamente desde la cuestión de la inteligencia artificial. Cuando entendemos todo lo que nos viene desde la realidad digital, solamente como un aspecto técnico, instrumental, nos es imposible comprender todo lo que significa y lo que implica la cultura digital. Nosotros no estamos en una época tecnológica, estamos en una era digital. Y entonces, si nos quedamos solamente en los aspectos instrumentales, perdemos y no nos interesa, no comprendemos lo que está detrás y lo que está debajo. Por eso, desde mi punto de vista, un aspecto fundamental es la educación para poder comprender la cultura digital. Porque un usuario que conoce, entiende, reclama y produce de una manera distinta. Por lo tanto, si nosotros tuviéramos la capacidad de poder enseñar a nuestros usuarios lo que significa vivir en la cultura digital, podríamos reclamar una transparencia más natural y también los que producen podrían donar una manera de entender y de realizar los servicios de la inteligencia artificial de una manera distinta.
Thank you, Monsignor. Thank you so much. I now move to my other question, beginning with Mr. Amandeep Singh Gill. What are some effective approaches to empower marginalized groups, like in gender, sexuality, race, ethnicity, nationality, etc., in defending their digital rights? And what are we right now? I mean, where are we right now in this aspiration?
I think we need a new approach that combines the risk-based approach that's been taken, for instance, in the EU with regard to AI systems with a human rights-based approach. That way we can better defend the marginalized. And we need a correct understanding, as Monsignor was saying, of these technologies. For instance, algorithms by themselves are nothing. You know, it's the training data and then the decision that they propose to humans, their impact on the contextual situation. In the old days, software was about data is combined with code, gives you a certain output. AI is about combining the data with the output. That gives you the code, which is your algorithm, which is your model. So we can't just think of the model. We need to think of a life cycle approach to the governance of these technologies. Because these technologies also cannot be ruled through one single instrument. We need to align the international guidance with the national, regional regulatory frameworks and the industry practices. And that has to be done in an agile way. And finally, we need to be mindful that these systems are applied in specific domains. So the health sector, for instance, has its own very traditional, very classical, but very important governance issues, principles about patient privacy, no harm to patients, etc. So we need to come up with the nuanced guidance for all these domains to better protect those who are vulnerable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. May I turn to Mr. Eugenio Gagliardone now?
Well, thank you. Well, my generation, I'm not a digital native, came to know or was told that the internet was the space where we're going to connect the margin and celebrate diversity. And now we know that a lot of the story didn't go in that direction. So much so that we need to ask ourselves how we protect these marginalized groups. But I also see a risk here, because if we go the normative way, we risk multiplying ad infinitum the claims for representation of smaller and smaller unities of diversity. And here my suggestion as an academic is something that can enrich this debate, is a conversation that academics in the Global South have been having for decades, which is the conversation about decoloniality. So decoloniality rejects the normative, is interested in what is contemporary, but is also interested in long-term trajectory. How a majority becomes a minority and then a majority again. And how can we propose new imageries for think about these spaces in different ways? Let's think about how the colonial powers have cut communities that thought of themselves as such into separate minorities in different spaces. And my colleague Achille Mbem, for example, has written beautiful words about how borders not didn't exist, but had very much less importance in pre-colonial Africa. Pre-colonial Africa was a space of flows, and values is made when these flows connect. And if we think about it, this idea is very akin to the original idea of the internet in the 1990s. So I see my timing up. I know academics don't think that their role is doing policy, which I think they're probably right. and policymakers are too busy to read books, but I think there is a lot of potential there. It's a mind that needs to be uncovered. Thank you.
Thank you, great. I would want to know Mr. Tedros' thought on this.
Thanks very much. So let me pinpoint 3 or 4 points in this regard, right? Number one is to increase its role in promoting digital rights. And in this regard, governments would have to put in place the legislative and policy environments that enable digital societies to flourish. And number two is for state actors to actually respect digital rights. And 3 is to ensure that the private sector players actually make known their content moderation policy to the public and actually implement them. And 4, I would see that internet freedom advocates to actually challenge laws and practices that actually stifle digital rights and digital access. Thanks. Back to you.
Great. May I now turn to Her Excellency Ms. Caroline Estalter to gain her thoughts on this?
Thank you so much. Well, I think regarding marginalized groups, the same is true as for the whole internet. There are a lot of potentials in it, but also a lot of risks. While we can empower marginalized groups a lot through the internet, think of communication without any differentiation regarding the ethnic, social, religious background, there is also the risk, on the other hand, that existing social and economic inequalities could be reinforced. And this is what we have to look at if we are talking about also these groups. We have to keep a close eye on facts like, yes, conspiracy theories, for example, fake news, for example. I'm just coming back from Ukraine. I was there to see how the situation on the ground is. We have a new dimension regarding war, and that's the information war, and that's done in the internet. So I think we have to be very clear that a lot of risks are in this. Or women are facing a lot of violence in the internet, and I'm coming back to my first answer in Austria. We implemented the Communication Platform Act. What does it mean? It means that social media platforms have to delete hatred in the internet, like also anti-Semitic comments, for example, or threat within 24 hours. And if it is complicated to see if it's really violating someone, then up to 7 days, but there has to be a deletion. And while we have now the DSA and the DMA on the European level, we need also global solutions, and that's why I think that we have to come together and communicate with each other and exchange our views on that.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Viktor Makarov, your take on this.
Thank you. Just to complement what already has been said, I'd like to stress that, again, digital rights are basically the same universal human rights applied in the digital environment. And in this particular case, rule of law and freedom of expression have to exist. And what does it mean? The groups have to be able to speak up. There is a positive obligation on the part of the states to protect these rights. It doesn't really help if you are allowed to speak up as a marginalized group, but then you face threats online and offline. And these threats always migrate from online to offline. The state has to protect people from marginalized communities who need to make their case to the society. And second, you would need effective frameworks for combating hate speech, incitement of violence, hateful disinformation online. And again, I would like to refer to what the EU is doing with the Digital Services Act. We are going to speak about this during a panel on Wednesday on tackling disinformation without resorting to censorship. And with these frameworks, there are a couple of things. First of all, they have to be rights compliant. That's the absolute precondition for this to work. Second, you need to educate not just society, but also the law enforcement agencies to apply these frameworks effectively. And lastly, this also needs resources. Any agency you will create to implement the framework, you have to have a lot of qualified people, well-paid people with skills to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you. Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz.
Hablábamos de los derechos humanos aplicados al ámbito digital. Quisiera formularlo en 4 puntos pequeños, ¿no? Primero es el respeto a la persona, porque si la persona humana como símbolo no viene respetado, no se puede conformar la sociedad. Por lo tanto, es un derecho absoluto que debemos pasarlo a la digitalidad. La segunda es respetar las ideas, porque la persona está antes de las ideas, pero las ideas van respetadas mutuamente, lo que significa que uno debe respetar al otro y también el otro debe respetar al primero. La tercera es promover el estudio de manera tal que, comprendiendo las diferencias, se puede estudiar de una manera sistemática y orgánica para poder lograr consensuar o encontrar los caminos de resolución de los problemas de las diferencias. Y el cuarto es la educación, sea en la familia que institucionalmente en las distintas instancias, porque no se nace con la capacidad innata de poder entender al otro y poder encontrar caminos de resolución. Por eso es necesario que se promuevan los caminos de la educación para poder encontrar la resolución también en los caminos digitales.
Thank you, Monsignor. May I now welcome Ms. Irene Khan one more time to this conversation? Your take on this, Ms. Khan?
Thank you. Let me start by saying that I would like to focus actually on the word empower, because I think your question was how do we empower marginalized groups to stand up for their rights? And we empower them in the same way that we empower them to claim their rights. It has to begin with education, and by that I mean, in this case, digital literacy. And then their voices need to be heard. That means representation, promoting civic space, making sure that they're there, for example, in the Internet Governance Forum discussions too. It's not enough just to have women, but women with particular backgrounds, LGBTQI people, not just gender equality, meaning women's equality. And the third point I would make is investment. Investment by companies and states to support the needs that have been articulated by these groups. So not coming in and telling them what they need, but listening to them and addressing their needs. In many cases, those needs are actually rooted in systemic problems, in structural problems of discrimination against marginalized groups. So I think we need to take a very holistic approach and not see digital rights as something that can be imposed on these people, but that they actually are empowered to tell us what the issues are and that we work in a holistic way, governments, the private sector, and civil society together.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Our other panelist who's joining us online is Ms. Mazuba Hanyama. Can we have your thoughts on this, Ms. Hanyama?
Thank you. Much has been said that I think is very important. I'll maybe just pull out a few points that resonated quite a bit. I think this question of representation remains an important one. Maybe even before then, I think a common understanding about why these barriers exist, I think, is quite important. One of the panelists spoke about decoloniality, and understanding the impacts would be very helpful for us. And then in addressing those and thinking about approaches, representation remains, hugely important. If particular voices aren't in the room when we think about how we develop certain tools, we have a problem. The issue of inclusivity also remains quite a critical issue, something that we're thinking a lot about. A lot of things have been mentioned that I think were really important for us at Meta: investment, digital literacy, education, how we think about encompassing these in ways that make it accessible for a wider range of people, and also our understanding that our differences only enrich our ability to do our work, and so how do we take these matters seriously in ways that put many folks who are often at the margin in the center.
Thank you so much for your inputs. Now, let's turn to the other question. The people in the tech ecosystem and those watching the tech ecosystem closely would very much know this. Have you been seeing an emergence of a digital colonialism? And is it posing a threat to the global south? How can this be prevented if this is the case? To answer this, may I first turn to Mr. Eugenio.
Thank you. Well, digital colonialism is a term that has gained more and more traction in the past few years, and an important one, because it accounts for the great power imbalances between the global south and the global north, and is also caution against the idea that the digital, when it's expanded, is always an opportunity. It's also exploitation. We saw it, probably the best recent example is the Uber leaks. When we saw, for example, South African drivers that were given a promise of making middle class, and then they found themselves worse off and less protected than when they started. And at the same time, digital colonialism might be deceiving, because colonialism came with violence, it came with coercion, it came with guns. And digital comes with opportunity, with inclusion, with bringing people in. And I don't want to sound that kind of an old Marxist, but the idea of imperialism as being proposed as a complement, not to replace it. Imperialism is, Thomas Sankara would have defined it, is a process by which a center of power seeks to reinforce itself and disregard the consequences on the peripheries. And this can give us an analytical tool to understand certain phenomena better than we have done so far. For example, we heard before the case of undersea cable. You know, in these years, the 3 largest undersea cable are going to dock to the coast of Africa. And this is a great development. But if we look at how companies present these developments, is yet again a tightrope of it's a gift to Africa. We have to help Africa. No, it's not a gift to Africa. Africa is in a position of enormous strength in these days where it can compete and negotiate with different actors to advance its own ideas. And this change of narrative is important.
Okay. Mr. Viktor Makarovs, what are your observations on this?
Thank you. Honestly, I don't necessarily think that this is the best framework for addressing the issue. To me, it looks like this. The big tech companies will exploit pretty much everyone if they are allowed to be very impolite here. In the north, they would do the same. If we didn't have the GDPR in Europe, they would be using and abusing our data in the same way they do other places. So you need to regulate. In the same way, they would completely ignore our pleas to do something about disinformation, which is still rampant, but at least in some countries and in the EU, there is a framework that puts an obligation on that. So I think the way forward is actually to create these regulatory frameworks to learn from each other. We're all learning. Again, not even in Europe do we have the answers to these issues. We have to learn from each other. We have to support each other. We need to see where there are synergies to actually make our voices heard. And I understand how difficult it can be if you are from a relatively small country to do something about it. But gang together, create a framework that is understandable, learn from each other. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your Excellency, Ms. Monica Mutsvanga, please.
Thank you very much once again, and I want to say we have all agreed, and I've listened to experts who are here, that digital power sustains the bloodline of basic human needs. That is in education, in media, health, finance, management systems. So we are here, therefore, to learn from each other. This governance forum really should give us that hub to establish our shared digital solidarities, especially for nations from the Global South. And coming to what you've just said, the Global South has been playing catch-up when it comes to standards and principles relating to digital rights, digital platforms, and digital technologies. So Global South have been standard takers instead of standard makers in all these respects. However, that culture of being standard takers instead of being standard makers should motivate the Global South to seek alternative strategies in the area of digital transformation. This has been noted in the way countries like China, India, and Iran have taken a leading role in this respect. I can go on as a result. China, as an emerging Global South champion, has been a leading manufacturer of competitive ICT gadgets. And we have seen that as a country, Zimbabwe, China has become a dependable partner in our nation in ICT development front. Then there's also India, which has demonstrated to the rest of the world that it is possible for a Global South nation to run an efficient e-banking system. In the media sector, the migration from analog to digital, which we are also doing, by the way, digitalization. Iran has also done the same. So we are saying here, we are here at this annual International Governance Forum to share that information. We want, this means that there's room certainly for South-to-South cooperation in the area of digital cooperation. These innovations are relevant to our digital transformation. And we'll continue working with everybody.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you indeed. And with this, I turn to Ms. Tulkumia for your quick observation on this.
Thank you for that. So just in terms of digital colonialism, it's very important to note that...
Could you hold your mic closer, please?
Okay. First and foremost, the Global South faces different contemporary political and economic conditions, constraints than the Greater North. And this development has happened in symbiosis. So it's extremely important to note that in the Global South, the type of development and the type of innovation which is required is very often not what is supplied. And this actually leads to a vortex, this black hole of information, and this is what's happening with what the Uber crisis mentioned earlier, which is that Uber comes along and, you know, it's not just Uber, it's Netflix, it's every other sort of tech unicorn that's leveraging on the digital growth happening right now, and introduces these systems that are not location-specific appropriate for where the country, where the context, whether it's national, regional, holds itself. And so it's really important to note that with regard to the digital colonialism, it's happening at both ends. It's happening at the end of technological skills development, infrastructure knowledge about what technology is, and what is this rise in innovation, what is this rise in digital, as well as on the ground in terms of how do we now foster and grow a sustainable society based on the data that we're getting. How do we keep ourselves safe? How do we engage in this processes appropriately?
Thank you so much. Dr. Alison Gilbert.
Thank you very much. So it is true that the rapid datification and the increasing generation analysis of data in society is resulting in the uneven distribution of opportunities and harms, following these historical patterns of social and geographical inequality, both within and between countries, as described by data colonialism. And such harms do include the appropriation of valuable data and from communities, as well as the marginalization, misrepresentation, and even erasure of communities through data-driven systems. They also deny, though, through structural inequalities, economic opportunities that are the legacy of colonialism and continue despite the legal end of colonialism. So the implications of this for policy and regulation are concerning because the application of the concept of data colonialism, while it does accurately describe this destructive form of governance, does not address these underlying systemic issues referred to in some of the literature around this as neocolonialism or decoloniality. So the consequence of this is that historical colonialism came to an end through legal changes that have been referred to here, but left intact the coloniality that underpins it and leads to these inequalities. So redressing colonialism, can take a number of forms, but none of the, as described in a lot of the data colonialism literature, application to governance, many of these don't necessarily deal with decoloniality and addressing these fundamental structural inequalities. And this is what is important in terms of reflecting beyond those first generation rights to those second and third generation rights that would ensure more equitable access to data, not just the legal application of first generation rights.
Thank you, Dr. Gilwald. And with this, I turn to Ms. Mazuba Hanyama for her perspectives.
Thank you. I think digital colonialism is certainly something for us to contend with and to think about, particularly in the digital space and tech, as well as thinking about the many intersecting layers of power. We know as communities of the Global South that we are particularly vulnerable to some of these conditions, and how we think about the ways this may limit speech become very important. In terms of prevention, it's probably firstly important for us to understand how this emergence of digital colonialism affects the communities that we serve. In what ways are marginalized communities experiencing this kind of colonialism? How is it showing up? How are they being impacted? To help better serve how we might address this. I think these are all really important questions to ask, with a better understanding of what this looks like. I think we stand better chance of developing strategies to help combat what we might be seeing or ways in which folks' speech might be limited or impacted. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Benjamin Braga, what's your take on this?
Is it working? Yeah. Thank you very much. I think digitization in general has actually the potential to bridge colonialism or to bridge the digital divide. Yet when we look at the South, actually far fewer people have access to the internet and the opportunities attached to it. However, also in the North we have problems with the internet because we're dealing with legacy structures and policies. So I had the pleasure to visit India a couple of weeks ago, for example, and I'm really happy that you mentioned India, because they actually embrace digitalization as a concept. They are not really looking so much at the threats. They have the market. They are going to scale, especially financial solutions. However, on the other hand, because we just talked about digital rights, it is a challenge in India when you talk about data privacy, for example. They still know that there might be still a way to go. So what might be the solution actually to bridge the digital divide? That is only up to dialogue, and that is the reason why the German government is actually currently implementing digital dialogue. So we would like to actually talk about these issues. Regulation on the one hand side, where I think the European Union is pretty good, and innovation on the other side, whereas the Global South is probably a bit better than the European Union.
Thank you, Mr. Braca. I'd like to come to you again, Mr. Braca, with my next question. Does lack of government capacity contribute to internet shutdowns during conflict times? How can capacity gaps be bridged? Yeah, my question, beginning with Mr. Braca again.
Oh, okay. Sorry, the question again.
If I may repeat the question, does lack of government capacity contribute to internet shutdowns during conflict times? And how can capacity gaps be bridged?
Yeah, the thing is, internet shutdowns are a severe thing, but I think it should not be left up to only governments actually to deal with internet shutdowns. We are here a multi-stakeholder forum, and it should be up to multi-stakeholders how to run the internet, how to ensure redundancy so there might not be like internet shutdowns, and if there are, it has to be dealt with in the community. I don't think, especially against the background of a very gloomy international situation, government should be solely in charge of running the internet and deciding whether or not there's be a shutdown or where resources actually should be allocated to.
All right. May I now turn to Her Excellency Monica Mutsvanga with this question.
Thank you very much. I totally agree with my fellow panelists. There is need to maintain connectivity and free access at all times, but that has to be balanced with the right of the population to digital access and the right of the population to safety and peace. Shutdowns during conflicts could be an attempt by governments across the world to prevent the use of digital platforms and social media to spread propaganda and fake news, which may result in more bloodsheds, loss of life, and even genocide. Of course, most governments in the South need both institutional and human capacity to deal with these digital platforms in times of conflict. But again, even where policies, laws, and regulations are in place, that needs to be, that can happen. And we have also seen digital rights must not culminate in the violation of other people's rights. Like any other rights, digital rights must not be abused to the point of limiting other citizens from enjoying protection from the state. In the same vein, enjoyment of a particular right must not be a strain on the rights of other individuals. In summary, the function of any state is to protect ordinary citizens from unjustified acts of violence. The state has the prerogative to guarantee that maximum security to private property from political hooliganism and all forms of irrationality which may take. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ms. Tokumia, eager to hear your say on this.
Just on the topic of internet shutdowns as global trends that cause not only legal implications but sacrifice on the ground for those who are affected, it's actually, I totally agree, up to us. It's our responsibility as policymakers, advocates, activists, and the plethora of other represented bodies to actually take the stand and speak up and speak out against internet shutdowns to ensure that there is greater knowledge and access, but also connectivity itself should be a human right that goes with responsibilities. It's critical that we at this point are able to engage on internet shutdowns, particularly within the African context where shutdowns have been taking place and continue to take place consistently in conflict situations. And you know, it's so critical. It's even more pertinent as we're having this conversation now in Ethiopia, who recently signed the peace treaties 3 weeks back in South Africa, that we're actually going to look forward to a connected and connection for all.
Great, thank you. I turn to Mr. Thomas Snyder on this.
Yes, thank you. I think when we talk about shutdowns or also slowdowns, we need to understand what the reasons behind it are. So if it's just a technical problem or resource problem, or if a government tries to stop something that is really bad, like incitement to violence, and has no other idea at that moment to shut down the internet, or whether a shutdown or a slowdown is just happening because a government wants to silence people in criticizing it. And of course, if it's the latter, then this is basically unacceptable. If it's one of the first two reasons, then I think there are better ways than shutting down the internet to find solutions. With regard to combating illegal content like incitement to violence, we need a media regulatory system that is able to draw the line between freedom of expression and illegal content, like what you have in at least many countries for the traditional media for decades. We now need to extend this to social media and other platforms in a way that it is clear what is their responsibility, what is the responsibility of the government, of the legal system, but also of the citizens and of the people themselves. Because we would not want neither the government nor a big tech company to tell us what is true and what is untrue. This is something that a society needs to peacefully discuss and agree on what their vision of reality is, and not a government or a private company. Thank you.
Thank you for your very valid perspective. I turn to Mr. Theodros Besarat for your observation on this.
Thanks very much once again. I think echoing in on what was said earlier, I think it's important to understand what the reasons were for shutting down services, right? If you look at the research, these reasons included, mass demonstrations, military coups and operations, school exams, religious holidays, and whatnot, right? So for me, the question is more of what the motive was for shutting down services as opposed to capacity. But I'm sure I'm cognizant to the fact that capacity may be an issue somewhere. Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you. Great. Ms. Irene Khan, what would you add to this?
Thank you very much. Yes, I also don't see it as an issue of a lack of technical capacity, because more than half of the LDCs have actually shut down the internet or slowed it down at one point or another. So clearly they have capacity to do that. The question really is, do they have legal capacity or legal authority to do it? Shutting down the internet any time has dramatic consequences on people's lives. But during conflicts, it can be absolutely disastrous, because that is when people need access to verifiable information. Governments usually claim the shutdown is for reasons of national security or to control hate speech or false information, disinformation, misinformation. But in reality, there's plenty of research there. The disinformation and misinformation cannot be tackled by shutting down the internet. On the contrary, they seem to spike during when the internet is shut down, and so do human rights violations. Human rights violations increase when there are no journalists to report, and journalists need the internet very often to report. So I think the risks are very high shutting down the internet, and the benefits are very limited. And that is why United Nations human rights bodies have all been very consistent in saying that internet bans are unlawful under international law, and there are and a disproportionate response to most other situations, even internet slowdowns. There are many other ways of dealing with this. Governments should refrain from imposing shutdown, maximize access, because at the end of the day, internet shutdowns actually undermine the digital divide that we are all committed to closing.
Thank you. May I now turn to Monsignor Lucio Adrian Ruiz for his observation on this.
Quisiera nuevamente aportar. ¿Se escucha? quisiera nuevamente aportar... quisiera aportar nuevamente desde la visión cultural, ¿no? Porque retomando la idea de la utilización de lo que nos viene de la digitalidad como instrumento o la concepción como cultura digital. Pero en este caso pasándolo a lo que sean los gobernantes, los managers, los dirigentes en cualquier ámbito, porque la no concepción cultural hace un mal utilizo de cualquier tipo de gestión de la crisis. Porque cuando uno está en crisis, toma de lo que más profundamente tiene dentro de los propios recursos mentales, ¿no? Y los recursos sociales. Por lo tanto, el no tener incorporado los recursos de la digitalidad dentro de las posibilidades culturales hace que no se sepa gestionar directamente la crisis. Por eso, la formación, la educación para la gestión de la sociedad es lo que nos permite que en un momento de crisis, quien debe manejar la crisis pueda saber implementar y gobernar el proceso, no quitarlo. En este sentido, no sé si tengo 2 segundos, como nosotros estamos haciendo una call to action, ¿no? Justamente para que desde una visión de multi-stakeholder podamos construir todos juntos, todos los miembros de la sociedad, construir una realidad del utilizo de los medios digitales.
Thank you, Monsignor. And now, with permission from the panelists herein, amidst this very prominent and distinguished panel, allow me now to connect you to the internet again, virtually, to Mr. Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, for his video message.
The sharing and exchange of ideas, of thoughts and information are the spark of human interaction. They enable us to debate, to share, to grow. They enable us to express our humanity. Information and communication technologies have radically expanded our capacities to connect with each other. But we see cracks and fractures in this current system. At 22%, the level of internet use in low-income countries remains far below that of high-income countries, which are approaching universal use of some 91%. The digital divide across gender and geographic lines hinders the full potential of human connection. 2.9 billion people offline, left behind, excluded from access to vital information, to global discussions and economic opportunities, unseen and unheard. Others pulled deeper into the darkness with disruptions and shutdowns of the internet, phone access and blocking of social media and messaging services. Between 2016 and 2021, the hashtag #KeepItOn coalition reported 931 internet shutdowns in 74 countries. These blunt tools are not only an affront to human rights. With their disruptions to health systems, commerce and education, they also stunt development. And they occur most often during times of protests or elections, where people's ability to connect and be heard are all the more crucial. Good governance depends on inclusive and meaningful participation. Yet the ability of people's voices to be heard is threatened on many fronts in the digital space. By regulation that criminalizes critical speech, by labeling it as disinformation or harmful. By spyware that turns a phone into an all-purpose surveillance device, invading the privacy not only of the target, but of their family and friends. By online campaigns that incite hatred, violence, and discrimination. As states regulate the online space, embedding human rights guardrails will help ensure our digital space is open, free, safe, and inclusive. Social media companies, currently overwhelmingly from the global north, need to invest sufficient resources to operate safely in every location in which they do business, expanding their language capabilities and stepping up their understanding and engagement with all the communities they serve. We need to encourage and facilitate community-driven approaches. We need to empower people to design their own digital world and support local tech ecosystems and promote transparency of company and government practices. This is a vital ingredient for a meaningful conversation about our global digital commons. We need indeed a common global commitment to build an internet where trust is not undermined by disinformation, where hatred and harassment have no place, where people can express themselves and build their communities free from fear and repression. The development of a global digital compact proposed by the United Nations Secretary General and to be hopefully agreed in 2024 gives us all the opportunity to work together towards that goal. In human rights, we have a common, unifying language to have these important and challenging conversations and to ensure the protection of all our fundamental rights in the digital space. Distinguished participants, the amazing value of the internet lies in its ability to deliver on a promise that was already envisaged by Article 19 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights almost 75 years ago, that everyone has the right to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media and regardless of frontiers. We have an opportunity to get it right and to reconnect the human community. Let's use it.
From the entire panel and the members in the audience here, we extend our gratitude to Mr. Volker Turk, the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, for just simply adding to this expert thoughts on the issue that we have brought up today. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel basically was trying to focus or reflect on how a basic framework can possibly be established given the diversity of governance structure and individual identities to address this very pertinent issue of digital rights. And we are now heading towards the end of the conversation herein. And if you thought 90 seconds were rapid, I have the privilege of granting each and every of our panelists 30 seconds now to make your final statements, beginning with Mr. Tedros.
Start. Okay, I would like to use my time savings from earlier questions to amplify some of the work we do at African Agenda to promote the digital rights agenda in Africa, right? So we're doing this through a number of ways. One is we advocate for universal and equal access to the internet and digital rights. And two, we also deploy and develop tools that enhance privacy and data security. We have a flagship report called the State of Instant and Inclusive Payment Systems Report on Africa, collaborative work with UN and the World Bank, which is very insightful and rich. And visit us on our website, africanagenda.org. I still have time for more early questions, but back to you, Shavin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ms.
30 seconds is scary. And is it starting? And so I think that the Global South is in a position of strength and confidence, even if it's a complex and vague term, where it hasn't been in the past. We saw it at the COP27, for example, so it's not just in the digital space. I also see obstacles along the way. There are claims of an increasing digital Cold War, and we have to be aware of it, but we also have to push back against it. We have to realize that innovation can't but be a combination of ideas and materialities from the South, from the East, from the West, rather than falling for this simplification that will get into the way of a more inclusive digital space.
Thank you, Mr. Junior. To Ms. Tokumia now.
The Forum of Internet Governance and its openness is so important for all participants of the Internet and those who will engage with it. It's so important that we're able to have this, firstly, forum, that it remains multi-stakeholder, that it remains open, transparent, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to move towards greater digital cooperation, greater interoperability and accessible internet that is affordable and connected for all, that we protect the rights of users whilst they're on this platform. There are, of course, dangers that come up along the way, and it's important that we not only note these, but that we provide the skills and the resources to better be able to use this for all people.
Thank you. Before I turn to Mr. Benjamin Bracker, may I request Ms. Mazuba Hanyama to give her closing remarks. 30 seconds is your time limit.
Thank you so much. Mine is really to say a huge appreciation for being here with other panelists, and perhaps just to reconfirm Meta's commitment to AI transparency, our commitment to thinking through and working with marginalized groups, our commitment to inclusion and diversity, and similar to what has been said, I think these conversations are super important, and for as long as you'll have us, we'll always be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Irene Khan, your closing remarks, please.
Thank you. I think there's a lot on which we agree here, and this is a great, fantastic multi-stakeholder forum to agree and move forward. But I think it's extremely important that we also measure concrete progress, and that this does not only mean a nice place where we can talk about what we agree on, but a place where we have to solve the problems, because digital technology will be central to our future and to the future of the planet.
Thank you for such positive statements. Mr. Benjamin Bracker now.
Yeah, we'll keep it rather short. I think we can only do it together as community, as multi-stakeholders. And for once, the Greater North and the Global South should join forces to protect the freedom of the internet and digital rights, because it is not the North against the South. It is openness, it is democracy against authoritism and against cruel regimes. So that should be the front line. Thanks.
Great. I turn to Dr. Ellis.
Thank you so much. So I think the real challenge for us is to move beyond the notion of rights only in terms of first-generation rights. I think we have to move towards looking at the governance of these in terms of issues of social justice and of economic justice. I think absolutely we have to do this at a level of global governance, and I think the way to do this is to treat these global digital public goods as such, and ensure that their realization at the national level happens through global coordination and through global frameworks that ensure that the current extremely uneven distribution of both harms and opportunities are realized at the national level in the delivery of services and the delivery of equality in the digital realm for all people. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Over to Mr. Viktor Makarov.
Human rights are universal across the online-offline divide, across the regions of the world. We will all together have much more agency and luck implementing human rights in digital area if we work together as one global community, and north, south and north, and if we do it in a truly multi-stakeholder way. Thank you very much, Ethiopia, for hosting IGF.
Thank you. Thank you for your great words. May I now turn to Your Excellency, please?
Thank you very much. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers and thank Ethiopia for organizing such a platform with experts, panelists who have been saying wonderful things. I think government, together with multi-stakeholders, should continue to create an enabling environment for digital rights to thrive. It is important to put legislative framework for these digital rights. Access to internet used by all is very important. Robust ICT and media policies, that's also very, very important. And also a relevant cyber crime prevention legislation to make sure that we protect all. That's what I think I got from this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Mr. Vinton Cerf now.
So just 2 points. First of all, please keep in mind that we are now operating at a scale never before accomplished. 5 billion people using the net, another 3 billion to go. I can tell you that operating at that scale is a huge challenge to achieve the objectives that we've been talking about. Second, let's keep in mind that personal, institutional, and national responsibility and accountability are vital to preserving human rights online.
Thank you so much for your great thought. Moving to Your Excellency, Ms. Caroline.
4 points from my side. First of all, whenever we are talking and finding solutions regarding the challenges ahead of us, human rights have to be the guiding stars. Secondly, it is crucial to quickly come to a common understanding of how we can translate international law to new technologies. I think, thirdly, that there is a big chance in the Internet Governance Forum, and especially in the high-level panel, which I have the honor to be under your chairmanship, dear Vince. And we should do it now. It's the time now. And fourth, but not lastly, this is all about nothing less than what kind of world we want to live in. So let's strengthen our forces and use our international power to do it.
Wow, that's a great call, Your Excellency. Turning to Mr. Mandip Singh.
The internet is the closest thing we have today to a global consciousness. Despite all the warts, all the problems, I think we have to continue to believe in that and uphold that. And whenever things get murky or fuzzy, I think the human rights standards are a great lodestar to guide our way forward. And just to echo what Thomas said a little while back, all the problems, we have to see them in context and avoid moralizing or proselytizing about those, and work with mutual respect and mutual accommodation to take digital cooperation forward.
Couldn't have said it better, sir. May I turn to Monsignor?
La digital right no solo debe ser concebida como y promovida desde la digital divide, como acceso y extensión, sino como el respeto e integridad de cada persona. Y como la era digital nos involucra a todos de una manera profunda, es importante, como todos los hemos dicho, ¿no?, que los derechos digitales tengan una forma inclusiva en los derechos humanos en la era digital.
Mr. Thomas Snyder.
Yes, thank you. It's interesting if you drill it down to 30 seconds how similar statements become. Mine is actually also similar, that whether it's an analog or a digital world, in the end, if you want to live together peacefully, with solidarity, with a fair competition and not an unfair competition, we need to sit down, all of us, discuss and agree on shared values, discuss rules, how we treat each other to implement these values. And I'm very happy that the IGF for the digital world is one of the most important fora where voices can be heard that are not hearable normally elsewhere. And we're very happy that this IGF is able to feed into the Global Digital Compact, which is an important document of the UN that hopefully reflects what you've heard here in Addis. Thank you.
And we couldn't have ended on a better note than this. Indeed, reaping from this very distinguished panel, this issue that we are thinking about is more than our disparities, more than differences. It's about our responsibilities, our accountability, and respecting the integrity of human race, about us, each other. And as the panel, admit or are commonly concede, agreeing that human rights should be our lens to look at them for the present purpose. And it is the right time for interventions, because we have come a long way now and have learned a lot of lessons from the various natural and other disasters that have come by. And we can so much foresee the future that's before us. So it's time to come together and make the right intervention. And we believe our future will be largely characterized by the kind of digital democracy or the democratic values that we contribute to this, and how we seem and weave this to set the foundations is for the present generation to decide. And let us all make our bit of contributions towards a significant, make our significant and positive contribution to this effect. With this call that I believe is a unanimous say of this panel, I take a moment to thank the entire IGF 2022 forum, the government of Ethiopia, the United Nations Geneva, and all the partners who have put up this very important forum. Also a moment to thank each and every panelist herein who have taken out their time and shared their valued insights and experiences experiences before us, and especially for doing it so well. Trust me, 90 seconds is not a long time. Thank you so much for your great cooperation on this. And to the members in the audience as well, thank you so much for your valued time. And with this, I rest my microphone and call off this session here.
Test 1, 2.
Would you mind if we take a picture? Just 1 second, please. Just 1 second.
Test 1, 2. Test. Test. Oh, Mike, can you hear us? Mike, can you hear us? Hi, Mike. Is it the sound okay? Sorry? What is he saying? What is he saying?
What is he saying? Is he talking?
Yes.
Okay.
I cannot hear him.
Talk to him.
Yes. Can you hear me now? Oh. How about now? Okay. I think now it's all good. Yes. So then we need to increase the volume of it, or okay. Let me increase it. How about it now? Now it's good. Okay. Thank you. Okay, see you tomorrow then. Okay, can we do our rehearsal before the event starts? Maybe 7:30 Ethiopian time.